Testing 1 3, don't test 2. I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Testing 1 3, don't test 2. I'm doing all right. Okay, how about you? So, all right, okay, something new for today. Coming through with more value, as I would say. Different day, different type of way, but you know it's the same mission and the same vision. So, the new goal is to uh, 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 finish this week. What is up, Javi? Respect every time. Big up yourself. Living large. Feeling good. Got out on the mountain bike for the first day of the year today. Got the got that lung burning feeling back. I've been running this year out in the cold so far, but nothing is like, man, nothing's like that burning you get in your lungs when you're going up rocks up the hill. So, yeah, the first of many. So yeah, feeling pretty good. Gonna get right back into where I left off last time. So I was working on the levels to the game to well, actually I guess there's two games for the free tier. We got the time machine that I pretty much finished, and we got the one I'm working on now, which is like, I felt like it would be a really good interlude to the time machine, like introduction, try out the different, understand a chart, try out different basic indicators, add them all up, go into progression. Definitely the most difficult thing I built. Got me like coding and recoding different levels, but no, I've been learning so much. That's pretty much common. I found out with not just vibe coding, but coders in general. Usually more complicated projects, they're gonna run into problems. And the best thing I found out though is that that's usually the start of something. Once you kind of get it dialed in, it gets easier to go as you build. So it's usually the foundation. It's kind of like difficult to sometimes to get the code to really like understand what you're trying to do. But yeah, once I got those first few levels right, the rest of it wasn't putting up such a fight, and it's flowing pretty good. So yeah, I'm just about to start level 9. And also, some awesome people from the comments introduced me to the, what's it called again, the Playwright MCP. So it's like a test, and there's other ways I want to try too that I can test out testing test out testing one too. Yeah, so basically I'll show that too. So I'm thinking like what I'm gonna do with some of my prompts, maybe in this first prompt. Yeah, okay, so like I'm adding like a last step to all my prompts now for all the steps I'm doing. That the last step is verification. Use the Playwright MCP to visually audit. For here would be level 9. And then it's gonna confirm that the indicator lines are clearly visible and the UI remains responsive. So it's gonna, check out the main things for that level, and it can do its. I think it was like at first it wasn't doing its own fixes, but it is now. But yeah, I might just have to work with it some more to get it where I want it. But yeah, this Playwright MCP is super easy to set up. Just give some prompts to Claude. I didn't have to like hook up any kind of API, go to any site, and yeah, making a ton of progress, getting my builds better every day. It's awesome to see. I didn't even understand. I'm like, why are so many people that are like so advanced coders like coming and give me so much like help? Why would they even be watching me? But yeah, they're saying like it's awesome to see someone like me who's never, not a coder, and I'm just like, starting fresh vibe coding. So it sounds like, them being in the game for so long and them like, having like their own kind of like habits of doing things certain ways, to see someone like me who's just like learning this like fresh from like no background, um, is even teaching them in ways. So yeah, that's awesome to know. And I just keep with the vision and keep with the flow. And before I know, I will be in a spot where I'll be, I'm trying to be one of the best at this for real. So, I know it's still early. I know like I'm one of the first ones to get in. When I'm seeing like these YouTube videos on this subject, even the best videos I'm only seeing something like, maybe a couple of 100,000 views. Most of these videos are getting like 5 to 10,000 views. So, there's really not that many people like looking into this yet. I think this is gonna be as it gets bigger, so many more people are gonna get into it. But anyways, yeah, let's get started here. I'm gonna hook up the got another project I was working on that I need to change. Close that folder, open the new. Go into my dev folder. Finance hub with the dash. Yeah, I made the mistake. Like all my apps, I pretty much like got in the habit of putting a dash instead of a space in between the folder name. I didn't understand what the big deal was. I just did finance space hub for this whole thing, and then it was working fine for a couple days. Ran into a problem, had to change it. But yeah, they're saying it was good. I at least caught it when I did. If I would have waited to the end, it could have caused more problems. But anyways, yeah, the project is going and flowing. Get Claude knowing where I'm at. Let's invest a path. Invest a path to prosperity. Invest a path to financial abundance. Invest a path to financial freedom. Invest a path to stop guessing and start knowing and flowing. Alright, so I'm going to go into plan mode. And I'm going to switch it to code, the plan mode. Copy and paste the first prompt for today, which would be level 9, as I would say. Making sure I'm in plan mode. Awesome. So yeah, first thing it's saying is read the Claude MD and the testing MD. I created a new testing MD file that works for, it goes with the Playwright MCP for the testing. And it's telling it to follow the logic. You got logic integration, create 10 scenarios where the correct action is buy or avoid because all three indicators align. So this level is going to be adding up multiple indicators, SMA 50 bounce plus oversold RSI plus bullish MACD. Got the UI layout, ensure the chart height is 520 pixels. Implement the unified label strategy at 76% height. Ensure subplane labels use the correct accent colors and do not overlap. Language check. Use probabilistic terms like alignment strengthens the case or confluence suggests. Never use confirms or proves because unlike code where it's very logical and it's like if then if this happens then this always happens in the real world, and especially in investing it's not like that. Everything's just more like looking at probabilities. All these are just tools that can give you a like higher probability, better idea of what's going to happen, and over time you start to get more locked in and you need the tools less and less. But got the verification, use the Playwright MCP to visually audit level 9. So that's going to pretty much be the last step. Oh yeah, and then so like Playwright takes screenshots. So then after it's done, I've got part of the prompt to delete all the screenshots automatically, which is part of the testing MD rules. I guess if it's in the rules, I probably shouldn't have added it to the prompt, but it's all right this time. I'll remember to take that out next time just as a test to see if it's actually following the testing MD. So where did I get those prompts? I got them from Gemini. I told Gemini to be my senior engineer advisor for this project. So I've got this chat open where it's helping me build the basically like the main part of this project. and it's been getting more and more dialed in. It hasn't really started hallucinating yet. Like the chat hasn't gotten too long. It's in a pretty good spot of the chat. So I make sure when I'm like asking individual questions that like don't really apply so much to the actual project or wouldn't really need a senior advisor type answer, I'm going to a different chat so it like just stays locked in on like the task that I'm doing. So yeah, the goal though really is to not even need the Gemini or any kind of LLM. I've definitely had people who are like professional coders watching the stream who have told me that Gemini is making mistakes sometimes and telling me like problematic information. Most likely they're getting a lot of their information from places like Reddit where anybody can just like, not just Reddit, but anybody can just come and say whatever. So it's like most of it's right, but yeah, once in a while it can kind of lead me in the wrong direction. Just takes a lot of repetition of doing this, and when you start out, I would highly advise using the LLM to help you, making sure you're getting the right prompts. And the main thing for prompts is you don't want to, like I was being very vague. You want to give it instructions basically on like what you want the logic to do and what you want the result to be. And learning how to like give the right prompts is definitely a skill. I see a lot of, or at least the other vibe coders that I watch that are like really good that used to be coders, they really don't have to go back to the LLM that much. They're just kind of talking straight into Claude Code. And I'm getting better at doing that more and more, but yeah, definitely the LLM is still very valuable. So just start a project, tell it, act as my senior advisor or senior engineer, and tell it what you're trying to build, tell it how you want its help, and just keep it posted on where you're at. Because if you start getting ahead of it, and you're not talking to it that much, it'll think you're like farther behind than you are, and it'll start adding prompts, basically that are you stuff you've already done. So yeah, just make sure also too that you're reading the prompts, and sometimes it will get off your vision. Sometimes it'll add stuff that's not necessary. Sometimes it'll add stuff that is just not what you want. Make sure you're like double checking. If you just do this blindly, it can easily lead you in these loops that are hard to see, and it's so confident that it'll be like, okay, this didn't work. Well, I know that this will work, and but anyways, there's a lot of good, also a lot of good things with Perplexity as far as looking at different websites, because these most like LLMs like Gemini or Claude are not very good at knowing like how to navigate through websites because these websites are always changing. I haven't used the features in Perplexity Computer yet where it can actually like, I could tell it like, go to a specific website, find an API key for me, copy it and paste it, and like, it can do all this stuff. So this is going to be the future, really. Like, I mean, I remember used to have to like go to websites and like you wouldn't be able to find something, go watch a YouTube video, go look up like Google art like articles on the internet on how to find it. If that didn't work, you'd have to like send a support email to like the website and maybe they get back to you like the next day or something. But yeah, it's a new world because now tools like Perplexity, I can tell this is just the beginning. Like we won't have to really go and like do all this stuff on the internet ourselves. We can just pull a Perplexity browser and be like, hey, today I gotta like pay these bills and I gotta like, send these emails and I got to, anything you gotta do on the internet, you can just have it go do it for you. So combining that with vibe coding, and I was just looking into new tools like I think it was called Firecrawl, but basically like you can go and like, check your competitors' websites, check other websites to get information for like UI stuff like that, getting this whole flow down. There's so much, and I could only imagine, that all these companies are competing with each other. That in the future, they're gonna try to like, Claude will try to have like everything in one place, or Perplexity will try to have everything in one place. But for right now, it's very much like Claude seems to be the best at building. I really like using Codex for audits because then like Claude's not checking itself. And then Perplexity's like the only one I've used so far, I guess, but from what I understand is probably the best at, you know what I was talking about, going to different websites and helping you navigate or even helping you get through websites. But the only thing with Perplexity Computer is the cost is so high right now. I mean, it doesn't really make sense to me to pay for how much it costs to do what it does just to like, you know, help you click buttons on a website. It would make much more sense to use the Perplexity Computer for higher level tasks. Like I think the one person I saw using it, or maybe two people I saw using it online, were using it to help their site with SEO, stuff like that. But yeah, everything's still new. Everything's still like, you know, we're still figuring out this game and like where it's going and how it's flowing. But right now, it's looking like has complete understanding and it's gonna write the plan. That's awesome. So yeah, it's gonna write the plan. I should be approving it. And let's see. So in the past, I got my workflow to where, you know, I had in my Claude MD, I would go in plan mode, and then once you finish writing the plan, then stop, create the plan MD, and then after you create the plan MD, then I will like do each step in the terminal, and then do audits after each couple steps. But that was when I was like doing a whole app. But now I'm, you know, planning out different parts. So like this is just like a plan mode for one level. So because it's only doing one level, but like, you know, when I did the plan mode for the whole game, then it would make more sense to create the plan MD. Like I can see right here, I got the time machine plan MD. So I can go forward in time and come back like the Terminator. And you know the machine never quits. It's always running. CPU has a neural network. Okay. Here's this plan summary. Let's see. So yeah, it's already started doing the plan. Didn't ask me to approve it, but I did not put a rule for that in the Claude MD for right now. And it brings me to a good question that I got for Gemini right now. Well, I got to get the or I don't have to, but I want to get me on my whisper flow going. Yeah, and there was also a weird thing with whisper flow having it not work on Claude because it would just like copy whatever the last thing I pasted. And I was like asking Claude, like, why is it doing that? Claude's like, oh yeah, we have special settings, so like certain buttons are different when you're talking to Claude. And I'm like, well, do you know these are the same buttons that Whisperflow uses? And it was like, yeah. So I was like, because Claude wants, it sounds like Claude wants you to use their own dictation tool that's built in. And I was like, I don't like using your dictation tool because like it makes it so like I have to wait for you to finish talking to me and you repeat yourself. But yeah, Claude was like being really weird about using Whisperflow. So that was another reason where it's hard for me to get used to Claude LLM. So yeah, I wish Claude would make it so it's easier to use Whisperflow and they don't make it so it's like harder to use anything except for their own dictation tool. Alright, so looking at Whisper Flow. I have a quick question for you about the Plan MD. So like usually when I was doing those like MVPs for the individual apps, I would have like one Plan MD that could, work for the whole app, but now I'm getting into bigger projects. I don't remember, I don't think I did a Plan MD for this whole thing, which, I don't know if that's something I should have done. It's a very big project, and when I started it, I honestly didn't even know like how it was all gonna flow, how it was all gonna go together. But now I'm understanding it much better. So basically, I do see a Plan MD for like the time machine part. So like I don't see a Plan MD for this game part I'm building right now. Do you think how important is it to be making Plan MDs for individual parts of the projects, and also for a big project like this? How important is it to make a Plan MD for the entire project, especially when at the start I might not always like know everything that's involved until I really start building it. Okay, they're saying yeah, it's not a good idea to try to make a project-wide Plan MD. Uh, for a big project, you don't need to know every detail in the start. In fact, a master plan that is too detailed early on usually becomes a lie within a week, which is, yeah, what would have happened here. Treat the top level Plan MD as a phased roadmap. It should only care about the big milestones. Keeps you and AI from getting feature creep. It reminds Claude that even though we are obsessed with MACD right now, the ultimate goal is a 10 level game. The feature specific Plan MD, the blueprints I mentioned I had one for the time machine, but not the gauntlet. That's fine. Select for different features. Create a specific Plan MD only when a feature is high logic. For like simple UI, you don't need a plan. Clock can handle it. Complex logic, like the gauntlet engine, needs a plan. Um, so like for what I'm doing right now, I did not make a Plan MD. Probably would have made things a little bit easier, but now I know. So with the next part, I'll make sure I do a Plan MD. Hopefully I can get to that today. Professional developers use living documents. You start with a vague plan. As you build level 1, you learn something about how the data flows. Then update the Plan MD with that hard one lesson. Okay, that makes sense. By level 8, your Plan MD isn't a guess anymore, it's a refined manual of how the app actually works. Should I make one for the game now? The game part I'm working on. And since I'm already at level 9 of 10, but they're suggesting that I create a final stretch plan. Because level 9 and 10 are integration levels, they rely on everything that came before. Quick final plan MD that lists the confluence rules and the final exam logic will prevent Claude from hallucinating and breaking your existing levels. Don't stress about not having a master plan from day one. I was just exploring. Do create a phase 3 final.md. Use it to outline the specific math for level 9 and logic for level 10. So Claude MD is the rules, the constitution, Plan MD is the tasks and the to-do list. The Gemini is telling me to go to sleep. It's like, okay, Gemini. Hey, Gemini. I just started working today. I've slept last night, so I won't be sleeping for a while, so you don't need to keep telling me to go to sleep. But, yeah, I already gave it the, prompt. It's almost done building level 9. And, let me know what you think about still creating a Plan MD. Should I create a Plan MD, like, after level 9 is built? Let me know what you think. And so when I do get to the part where it looks like it's doing a visual audit, don't see the browser popping up. See it do the audit. I accidentally just gave that prompt to Claude. Usually a Plan MD is for doing the work, but at this stage with only level 10 left, a Plan MD serves a different purpose. Architectural debt collection. Uh okay, this one's done. I'm gonna go back to that plan part once I'm done reading this. Gonna have it start the dev server. Dev server has stopped. That's fine. It was only needed for the Playwright audit, which already passed. The implementation is complete and fully verified. So I'm guessing what happens is like with the Playwright audit, since I didn't have the local browser open with the project, it just did it like behind the scenes or something, but didn't like open a browser and show me what it was doing. So yeah, I'm gonna sit down and I'm going to read through what it says it did, get the local browser going, check out the level, play it through. Oh, that's why I didn't see the screenshots. That's right. I told it to clean it up when it was done. That's cool. Yeah, because those screenshots go into your file, and then if you make sure you don't clean them up, and you do a push to GitHub, it can try to push all those those big file screenshots to your GitHub, and probably don't want that. Start the dev server. So it's never too late for a plan. In professional software, the best plans are often written after the hard technical discovery is done. Now that I've seen level 9 work, I actually know what the code is capable of. And they're giving me a very simple prompt I can give once I check that this one's working. Based on the successful build of level 9, create a final plan MD that outlines the logic for level 10 mastery and a final UI polish pass. Make sure it respects our investor constitution. Give me some things what to look for in level 9. So, so he's gonna make me play through to level 9 from level 7. Also, it's called Trader Gauntlet, and I want to change that name. Well, I'll do it now. Alright, so yeah, I agree with you. I want to do the Plan MD. Basically, where I'm at is I didn't have the local browser open. It said it did the Playwright test, but I didn't see it. I'm guessing that's because the local browser wasn't open. So now I had to start the dev server. I just opened the local browser. Um, it's unlocked to level 7, so I'm going to have to play through level 7 and 8 to get to level 9. So after I do that, then I can check to make sure everything's good with level 9. Sounds like you're saying make sure everything with level 9 looks good. Then I can give Claude that prompt to create the plan MD. Also, I just noticed like this is called the Trader Gauntlet right now. I definitely don't want Trader to be in that name because this is for like beginner investors to learn just like, mainly how to buy at the right time. But yeah, it's definitely like I don't want this investors to be seeing that this is for traders. So I want to also be changing the name from Trader Gauntlet to something else. Um, give me give me some suggestions for new names for this, and let me know if there's anything else you think about what I just had to tell you. All right, so I'm gonna play these through real quick. I'll go to the project browser. You can see like this is a 10 level game called right here it says Investor Gauntlet, but right here it says Trader Gauntlet. Okay, so it's just like a mismatch on the dashboard name. So it's just Bollinger Bands. All right, this is not right. I think. On level 7 scenario 1 of 10, the price is inside the bands, and I clicked the answer. It told me I was wrong. It says that the price is like, I'll copy and paste what it says here, but the price is definitely inside the bands. So it looks to me like this is not right. Let me know what you think and make the necessary changes. I wonder if I could do a test with Playwright to make sure that like the level actually matches up with the answers. All right, so right away in level 7, first question, I thought I got the answer right. It said I was wrong. It said that the price had just broken out of the bands, but the price was still inside the bands. So yeah, that was a problem there. And what I'm wondering is like, is there a way to have Playwright like check specific things like this? Like, could I give it a prompt and be like, have Playwright check everything in level 7 to make sure that, you know, if the answer to the question is that the price broke out of the bands, that the price is actually breaking out of the bands on the picture. Like, can it look at the picture and be able to tell like that the candlesticks are breaking out of the bands or inside the bands, or you know, testing or whatever it's doing? Been a long day, but yeah, still happy to be working on this. Um, yeah, definitely had to get out and get that sunshine today in the fresh air, and thought I was going for like a quick bike ride, and I just assumed the mountain biking trails would be too muddy, but they were definitely good. And did my normal loop. Didn't have my gloves on, so I had to be careful I didn't go flying off the bike. Couldn't really go like full speed, but it was like the first day anyway, so yeah, it's still a good day. Got my lungs burning climbing up those rocky hills, and yeah, feeling refreshed, but definitely a little bit worn out. But without a doubt, that's just the first day, and I'll get back into it. So let's see. What Claude says. Yes, I can and should have Playwright audit this. That's awesome. So like right now, Claude is like just fixing this. Like I've been through this before. It'll like just go and fix like this one kind of like stage in the level, but I don't think it's going and like checking the rest of the level to make sure that, you know, this problem doesn't repeat itself. So that's what Playwright should be able to do, and I should be able to test it and show the results to you, or actually show like the live test. That's what I want to do. Like last time, I didn't have my stream set up when that extra browser popped up to show you guys the live testing, and today I think I found a way and I want to check it. So can bet it'll work. All right, so Yeah, it's definitely did not catch that here. I think it's doing the same thing. Okay. I got like 3 in a row that are the same thing. 4 in a row. Yeah, so I still got some work to do on this level too. So I thought I was already through. But at least it's lining up, like it's chart's not doing something different than what the question says. Plus, there's only really one answer that makes sense. Um, the Bollinger Bands are not contracted tightly right there. Yeah, it's just all that first same answer. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have it do this audit first, and then I'll do it like one thing at a time. If hopefully I can find a lot of these problems, but while I was working on this, I'll talk to Gemini about the other problems. Oh yeah, I was gonna try the max model. I forgot to change it to the max model. I'm doing this with Claude Code in the chat window. I was just about to give it the visual audit prompt. So I guess let me know how to change it to max mode again before I give it this prompt. Yeah, I definitely have dreams about like building stuff in vibe coding. Just noticing the comments, and yeah, I found myself like, I got too into it and I had to like make sure that I like get myself to take at least one day off a week where I get my mind on something else, because yeah, I don't want to I there's just a lot more to life than this. So like, like today went for a mountain bike ride. That helps a ton. Can't really think about anything else while I'm like speeding down the hill at full speed, going off jumps and stuff. So yeah, that definitely like things I can do to help with that. But yeah, I hear you, man. It's like I think in like vibe coding, I start like I almost even talk like like logically like coding now, almost in a sense, in certain ways that I catch myself doing. It helped a lot to switch from my old dictation tool to whisper flow, so I can talk faster and not have to like slow down. But yeah, there's definitely things that I bet a lot of coders are very used to dealing with. Um, but yeah, this is in a good way, it's taken over my mind because I'm learning a lot, and I'm flowing through it and I'm getting better every day. But the downside, like you said, is it's kind of hijacking my mind in ways to where It's kind of all I'm thinking about at times. Okay, the max mode. Yeah, hijacking is like, because I don't want it to be doing that. Like, I don't want to dream about coding, but I do like kind of do things like I don't know if you've heard of like lucid dreaming. So like before I go to sleep, I'll kind of like think about like, what's the next step in the plan? Like, where do I want this to go? What's the vision like looking like? Like, where is the part that I don't really see yet? And I just kind of think about that stuff before I go to bed. So then a lot of times when I'm sleeping, I'll dream about like, where the plan is going, like, what I should build next. But yeah, the prompting part definitely every once in a while I will like have a dream of myself just like running prompt after prompt after prompt. And then I wake up and it's like, dude, I gotta take a break for a day. Like, yeah, Saturday was one of the most productive days I had vibe coding in a while. And I made a ton of progress. Started out really like, like why am I running into so many problems? Like I have to just keep doing the like, fix one thing and then it just like causes another problem. But yeah, that like always is the problems in life that really bring the most education and understanding. So used that to my advantage and learned a lot. People came through at the like exact perfect time, helping me know I'm in the right flow, on the right way to go, and came through with the right answers I needed. Where I was like kind of starting to run in circles and wasn't seeing like what the best tool was. Yeah, everyone came through and moving through everything. So we're doing the sonnet mode now too, the max mode. So it should be a little bit faster. Is it better to use Claude Code Terminal? It depends on what you're doing. So what I was advised was to definitely be using like more of like the window for like the plan mode stuff. The terminal, from what I understand, it has like doesn't run through context as quick. Um, it's better for like bigger parts of the build, like what I'm doing now. And the like if I'm doing like just like a quick fix on something in a level, like I used the window instead of the term. Oh, here we go. Um, the Playwright just opened up, so I'm going to. Yeah, so this should be Playwright doing the live test. But anyways, back to the question. Yeah, like if I'm just doing a quick fix on something, I found that just the like the chat window is better. I try to keep like just the structure of like the main parts of the build in the terminal. And then so that way I can build as much as I can of the main parts under the same like context window. Um, but yeah, it's I'd say I'm still learning too. So like some things I'm finding that that it's better to stick with just the terminal. But like I also ran into problems using the window with it freezing up if I was doing too big of a task too. So yeah, I would say my best advice for that, kind of rambling on that, but my best advice is if it's like a quick fix on something, or if you're starting out and you're just doing the plant mode part, maybe put a thing in your Claude MD so that it says like, after I do plan mode, do not automatically start the build, just do plan mode, and then you can go in the terminal and then be like, hey, like start building level or step 1 or step 2 of the plan, and that way the terminal can just get its information off the plan instead of you like kind of wasting context explaining stuff to it. But I feel like it shouldn't matter. I'm hoping that Claude, like, as Claude gets better, I have a feeling the terminal won't even be like an option anymore, but I'm not sure. What is Playwright? Yep, that's the see, like I'm not even playing through the game right now. Um Playwright is testing. I just gave it because I found the first thing I found that was a problem was like, it said in the question that the whatever had just broken out of the bands. If you can see those blue lines that are kind of like borders on the chart, those are called Bollinger Bands. And the question said like, you answered wrong because the candle had broken out of the bands, but in reality it was still inside the bands. So for this prompt, I had Playwright check to make sure that every question it's checking to make sure that visually it matches, the chart matches what the question says. So yeah, no problem, respect every time. It definitely helps me learn too when I explain this stuff that I just learned. So yeah, this is yeah, I'm just grateful for everything on here. And I want to be able to being able to live stream, not only having like people give me advice, but me getting to a point where I'm learning that I can give other people advice too, is what I want to do. Yeah, this is really impressive. I'm really happy about finding this playwright. And I was saying earlier too, like all you pretty much got to do just ask an LLM, tell it you want to install Playwright into Claude. It'll give you some prompts. I think it was just like two different prompts, like one quick prompt and then like one a little bit more detailed. But just connects through MCP, and Claude will hook it up automatically. So, and you can see too. Well, actually, you can't see on the, but I'll show you guys once it's done playing through these levels. It's generating screenshots in the file explorer. Unless I think it might automatically delete them by the time I get back to that window, but we'll see. So yeah, just the fact that Playwright's able to like get these answers right is super impressive. Like it's able to like read the question, look at the chart, translate the chart, and I haven't seen it get a question wrong yet. So So yeah, I see a big problem with this level. You can barely see the SMA line. Like, it's definitely like the candle is bouncing off the line, but the line is only like one candle wide. So I gotta make sure to change that. You can see it's like updating with the code. It's like it's showing it finished level 7 and 8. It's on level 9 right now. Also, I just noticed a question about how is Playwright different between the Chrome MCP. I'm not sure. I've not used the Chrome MCP. Um, this one was just advised to me by someone who definitely knew more than me, so I used this one. But yeah, I should check out that Chrome MCP too. All right, so code came up and it says it found all bugs found. So it found a bunch of bugs. Um, not a bunch, but at least one for level 7, two for level 8, and 3 for level 9. And it's going to do the fixes. So like yeah, I was like manually doing this before I found this Playwright, and it probably won't catch everything, but at least it'll catch. Those were like what, like 6 different fixes that I would have had to like manually find and then give different audits for each fix. So yeah, that's definitely, this is money. Like this Playwright is saving me a bunch of time and can focus on more important things. Because yeah, I definitely noticed it's not catching some things like that SMA line, just barely even being noticeable. I thought I put it on max and it still says medium effort. We're about to talk to Gemini. Yeah, so I see what you're talking about with it playing through each level. I'm able to see it now. I think it must be because I have the local browser set up. I noticed it didn't catch everything. Like for example, I believe it was level 9. The SMA line is like, only like the width of like one candle, and it should be like, stretched across the whole chart. Um, but it did catch like 6 or 7 different bugs, and it's fixing them now. Also, like I gave it that prompt to go into Sonnet max mode, and like I noticed parts of the build, I don't see it now, but it says it's in just like, whatever medium or regular. So I don't know if it switches back to certain parts where it can't, where it's not in max and then switches back to max. But yeah, just giving you an update of where I'm at, and I'll come back when it's finished um with this test I've given it. Yeah. Yeah, I was drinking too much coffee too. I had to take a break from the coffee. Definitely my body's like, dude, give me coffee. I'm like, no, man, I got to take a break from the coffee. Definitely just checking my trade I was in, and took 50% profit right before, and it went and stopped me out at break even. So that was good. Went and stopped me out and then came right back up to where I took profit at. So I think I'll just stay out of that one until it decide what it wants to do. Yeah, it looks like Bitcoin is on its way down farther. I mean, that would make sense. Like all stocks in Bitcoin, like in one way, I'm like, oh man, like I'm creating this like investing game right before like the market's probably gonna do like a massive crash. So it was already like due anyway. I felt like I started selling a lot of stocks back in like October, and like even though it went up a little bit slowly, like they say, stocks, they're like all investments usually take the stairs up and the elevator down. So I sat there for 2 months like, oh man, I should have waited and like sold, but when it crashed, and now it's like way under. Uh, the Dow was at 50,000. People were bragging about it, and then like 2 days later, it crashed, and now it's at like lower than it's been in like a year or something. So yeah, that's usually when people start like hyping up like something's like really high. The price is so high in the stock. Oh my god. Usually when you start hearing that in the media, that's usually right before a crash comes. But like I was saying, even without the war, I felt that it was like it needed a reset. But war, and then how long is this war gonna last? This is the assets. But anyways, what I'm saying is like, I'm just coming out with a tool to help people with investments, and like I'm like getting it done like right when the market's starting to crash, and in my opinion, it's probably not the best time to be investing. So that I should just take to my advantage and be able to build something in that's showing like that's smart, because now I can build like a tool in that shows people like, hey, like the market is crashing right now, like sentiment is down, probably not the best time, and people will learn from that, and they can play with what do you call it? Paper trading with fake money, because this is all about teaching people how to invest, not teaching people how to trade. That could be like a later part of the investor path, but the main thing is right now is onboarding people. My target market is beginner investors, not beginner traders. But I think a lot of people will, if they get to be a good investor, they will naturally just want to try out trading. So I think that it would make sense to add some kind of like trading, like step or tools on there for like after people. get to that part. But also too, I'll have like guides and coaches that will, you know, if they can see someone's a beginner investor and they try to use like trading tools, it'll be like, hey, like, you know, you should probably like try to learn to invest first before you start trading. Trading's not as easy as it looks, along those lines. About 20 minutes and 20k tokens. So yeah, these tests definitely are not as quick as just like running a prompt to do a fix. But I don't mind paying the extra and waiting a little bit of extra time to at least get the easy stuff taken care of, which I see from what it's fixing. Like the stuff I found was like pretty basic, pretty easy. Um, Because yeah, even when I'm thinking at the end of the day, the time it would have taken me to, you know, I probably would have saved on a few tokens, but the time it would have taken me to like go through and like catch all these bugs myself and give it one prompt at a time to fix these bugs, that would have definitely taken longer. So yeah, this is awesome. Um, and yeah, another thing too is like I noticed like, you know, it's better. I think for my personality, it's better to like start with the easy fixes on the beginning of a session when I'm working with Claude. And I would highly advise against like, you know, trying to do like a quick like half-hour session or like maybe even 1 hour session with Claude. Cause I really find myself like after maybe like hour two, I really start to get locked in. Like the context in my brain, the project starts to add up. Just always kind of like starts a little bit slow, feeling like I just kind of woke up anyway because I'm just like detoxing from caffeine, and it helped to go definitely do that mountain biking. But a little bit, definitely felt it in my legs too, man. I was like, it's like, dude, I've been running. Why are my legs burning too? But mountain biking is just different. And I was even running like up hills and stuff too. But yeah, it's just different. Gotta have the balance, the flow of everything together. Can't just do the same thing over and over. Be looking like those people that only lift their arms and not their legs. Yeah. Yeah, these back-end bugs are definitely a pain. But they definitely teach me too. Like they're like the hardest to find, but usually like it's better, I've noticed, to find them earlier in a project because like it'll repeat those same bugs as you keep building out. So like before, when I was doing those MVP apps that were simple, I could just build the whole thing out and then do an audit at the end, and stuff was easier to find. You know, I was doing games that were like maybe 3 levels, but now this 10 level game, it's so important for me to be checking through each level right after I build it, because then I can find the bugs, and when I find the bugs early, it makes it way less likely that they repeat those same bugs. So yeah, if I had just built out this game without testing anything, oh man, it would have taken forever. And also too, like if I had built this game out and I didn't understand investing as well as I understood it, it would be so difficult to like know where the problems were. So you know, this stuff is still not foolproof. Um like if I was a beginner investor and I was like, you know, create me this game to teach me investing, it would just be like leading me in the wrong direction and I would have no idea. Okay, awesome. Looks like it's done with that audit. So I'm gonna see, just gonna read what it says it found and fixed, and then go play through the levels again myself. And I noticed it didn't automatically delete those screenshots either, so I gotta remember to do that before I push to GitHub. Yeah, and I'm at 45 changes now, so should definitely be doing an audit. So I'm gonna give the audit summary to Gemini just to like kind of let it know what it found. Can help me get better prompts in the future. All right, so I definitely like have noticed a few problems that I want to fix. I just got to do things one thing at a time. Right now, I just finished the audit, gave me a summary of the bugs it found and fixed. I'm gonna paste this in here so you can see. And yeah, just give me like a very quick summary of what it found so I can like know that you understand it, and hopefully that can help you give me better prompts in the future for the rest of the build. And another thing that I noticed that I should probably do before I keep building, so I got like definitely a mental list of everything I need to do right now, is I've got like 45 different changes on the source control. So it looks like it's definitely time for an audit. Sometimes when I get up to 45, everything I need to audit is like too much for Codex. So let me know what you think. Also, too, I should probably be auditing, having Codex, I think, audit straight from that source. So after you give me the summary for the bugs, give me some instructions and even a prompt if necessary for the Codex part, for the audit part. I mean, with the straight from source control, just to make sure it focuses on the right things to audit. Yeah, when I first started this game, I was like, oh, I'll get this done in like a day. I'm like, I built these games before, like 3 level games, and no, this has definitely been the most difficult thing I've ever built, but been the most rewarding too with everything I found. Okay, I'll go back to the LLM. Just watch Claude act as a senior quality assurance engineer for 25 minutes. didn't just fix bugs, it actually invented new data generators to ensure the game is honest. I didn't even notice that from reading it. So yeah, this is another reason where I'm at right now is good for me to like repaste some of these prompts into an LLM. So the Bollinger. So yeah, saying 45 changes is kind of the danger zone for Codex. If I paste all that at once, it will choke since Claude just performed a massive structural update to your historical library. We need to audit the diff, the changes rather than the files. Going to do a filtered git audit. We'll ignore the 22 new data clips, which are just giant blocks of numbers, and focus only on the logic and text. Your second terminal, the non-Claude one, run this command to create a clean audit file. Okay. So I should open a new terminal. And not open Claude. What? So before I give that prompt to Codex, I'm gonna paste here what I just got as a result in the non-Claude terminal. I'm kind of confused. Like, is this something I need to be pasting to you for the prompt? Like I don't really understand. Like, you know, what I do with this information. Is this information just something that Codex can like see itself? Let me know what you think. Yeah, definitely one thing too I'm noticing is like I'm becoming way more aware not just of like the context scenario and situations for like vibe coding, but my own brain. Like cuz especially when working on something like certain problems, like I might notice like a few problems and then I'll get through one of them and then I realize I got to audit before I do more. And it's like, okay, I got to manage my own brain's context because the list will just keep growing and growing. And building things professionally the right way, making sure you do audits before they get too big, and then it just adds more context because you have to break up the audits into multiple steps. All of it's just something I'll get better at over time, and that at first, yeah, it can really be a pain to having to remember like 5 different steps I got to do. I guess probably be important to be taking notes and stuff, but I can remember it for right now. Okay. Okay, so the command I just ran created a new file in the computer named logic audit text. Oh, yeah, that's right. So then that should go in. I created the, it was an MD file, I believe. So that will send the information to the MD file about what needs to be audited specifically, and then I can just tell Codex to check that MD file. Okay. So yeah, well, I'm looking at the comments. Oh, I should switch it to the audit too. That's right. So yeah, I'm doing an audit right now with Codex on the changes I just made from the Playwright test I just did, and just noticed Rafael Mateo just failed the test. Came to see the machine vibe coding the degree, and you're asking yourself, what are you even doing? Yeah, what kind of test was it? I guess as a machine, I could tell you that tests are probably not going to be even necessary in the future. Well, actually, not probably. I just can't talk like I know the future. I have to say probably because that's how I was programmed. But yeah, those tests, man. Like, I mean, you could just get the glasses, and the glasses will just answer all the questions for you. So there'll be no need to take a test. No need to have to recall information. Advanced Java. Exactly. No need to recall anything in the future. Everything will be done automatically. So now I got Claude doing the fixes from the audit. Professor is a 60-year transfer. Yeah, if you're so they feel like they gotta punish you guys, right? I remember the going to school like you guys don't know enough yet, so I'm giving you guys didn't listen, so I'm giving you guys an extra exam. It's like, okay, like recalling information. It's like, no, like teach us to do something, like, just recalling information and writing it down on a test is like a waste of time. And in the future, there's no need for that. Remember, like they taught us how to type, writing cursive. Yeah, I still remember when the internet came out. And yeah, those professors, man, like what are even gonna be the need for them? Like I could just be like, you know, I wanna get a degree, like there should be online colleges. I mean like AI colleges for real. Like someone can just do it on their own time and like the AI will know if they're right or wrong and like actually I bet you AI could probably like teach somebody like a subject way better than an actual like professor or human being. But yeah, I remember too Y2K. Oh man, all of our professors and teachers were like Y2K is going to like break the internet. So I was like, so why should we even work if everything's going to break? But yeah, Y2K did not break the internet. Um, all the different things with technology that so many people had predictions on that didn't come true, and were taught to us that we had to like learn and understand. When really, you just need to create more humanoid machines that are powered by AI, like me, that can come back and teach humanity the way to be, so you don't have to see all these unnecessary tests and professors taking out their frustrations on people because they've been learning the same thing over and over for 60 years and they feel like they want everybody to understand it as well as they do. I remember professors would be like getting mad at me and like I would like kind of understand it, but it would be like more fun to me to be just like, no, I don't think I get it yet. They'd be like, how do you not understand this? Oh my God. And I'd be sitting there trying not to laugh. Like, I don't know. I just don't get it. Like, why? It just doesn't make sense the way you explain it. They'd be like, you're getting a bad grade. I'd be like, okay, whatever. What do grades matter? Someone else's opinion of you does not define your destiny. You can go and create you can vibe code your own destiny now. You can go and create it yourself. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's having Playwright do another audit. Let's see if it's running. Not yet. Playwright re-audits of level 7 through 9 after repairs. Don't see it working yet. So once it's done, once it starts, I'm going to change the window for you guys to see. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so like I'm not even playing right now. I got Playwright running through the game, checking to make sure those audits went through and it's doing what it's supposed to do. So this is just all Playwright controlling the browser and playing through for me and checking to make sure everything was applied correctly. Right here, I see like it's kind of like stuck right here, and that makes sense because this is like a wrong. What it's saying in the question, it's saying like the MACD just crossed, but hasn't crossed even this whole chart. It was like about to cross here, and it didn't. But you can see sometimes even like nothing is for sure, nothing is for sure, nothing is for certain. So until they close the curtain, uh, basically like sometimes the MACD can be going up and the price can be going down. And then it was about to cross right here, right where it turned around. And then all repairs done and verified, nothing further needed. Okay. So basically I'm gonna give it this this prompt to Gemini. And it's stuck right here, and I can tell wait for the histogram to turn green first. Momentum is turning bullish. Yeah, no, it's not turning bullish. Yeah, definitely didn't make it through there. Okay, so that's good for to tell Gemini. And so many, yeah, there's still so many bugs on this, and that seems to be like typical. Like most people will have to deal with this when they're building out something that's actually complex. That, but you know, in one way that's good because you know, I was thinking at the start, like somebody could just go easily like copy this and everything like that. And now I'm realizing like, okay, like the more complex stuff you build, the harder it is going to be for somebody else to copy it. They're going to have to go through like all these bugs I went through. And if they don't understand investing like I do, and if I just keep my work ethic, like, you know, just keep outworking anybody who tries to copy me, that's the main thing. Just stay focused and plus, even if they copy me, are they going to have their marketing skills on my level so that they can go market it better than me? That's what I want to see. All right. Back to the browser. Dodging fireballs like Bowser. No, he doesn't dodge them. He spits them. That's right. Okay. All right. So first, I will give you the repair prompt I got from Codex to give to Claude, and I gave that to Claude. It did the fixes, and then it had another test with Playwright. I noticed that there's still some things Playwright's not catching that I think it should have done. Like even question number one with level 8 is talking about like the line just crossed and like uh the momentum is just shifting, but it's like the bull run already happened and the line never crossed. Like it's like probably like 20 green candles in a row. So um yeah, I don't want to get too far ahead. There's like a bunch of things going on that I got to do. First thing I got to do is make sure that all the fixes were done so I can push to GitHub. So I guess I'll just focus on that one thing at a time before I try to complex my mind. So let me know what you find. So Playwright didn't catch what I just found because it was currently not checking for that. It was only checking what was on that repair prompt, and that didn't have anything for that. That makes sense. It wasn't checking everything. I need to be more specific about that. So, like for the next step, I can tell I'm getting more locked in now. I'm like, my mind's getting like warmed up to this process. Um, Playwright is currently checking does the button work? Is there a line on the screen? Oh, I see. So before I push, yeah, this is good. Gemini's telling me I should definitely go back to the local browser, make sure that the UI things were done correctly before I move on. Can't get to level 9 here yet until I beat level 8 on the browser. Yeah, so I noticed right away the first problem from before too. So yeah, this will be the next fix probably. Yeah, I got a few fixes. The SMA line and this. The blue line did not just cross. It crossed like a month ago on this chart. Parish momentum is building, but like it already did it. That would have been right if the like chart was shown right here. This will be like the next main fix. Yeah, but I see the main problem with this level. Okay. Okay, now I can do level 9. So I'm checking for this main UI thing for level 9. I need to see one clean area for RSI MACD with one label, or is it a cluttered mess? Okay. I'm gonna give it a screenshot. Kind of looks like a cluttered mess to me. Yeah, definitely. Maybe it's better than it was before, but I didn't see it before, so I wouldn't know. Alright, I'm going to give the screenshot to Gemini and I. From what I see, it like looks kind of like it's a cluttered mess, but I didn't see it before, so I don't really know like if it's better than it was before. But you know, like yeah, I attached a screenshot. So if you can see it on the screenshot I attached, let me know what you think. And if you can't, kind of like read the screenshot to be able to tell for yourself, then let me know and I can describe it to you better. Yep, that's the problem. The MACD and the RSI are plotted on top of each other, and they shouldn't be. They should be in different boxes. Better isn't good. We needed to be professional. That's what I'm saying. Like, I could make all this stuff better, but like, yeah, I want to make sure that it's like pro, like it's like doing what it's supposed to do and not leading anybody in the wrong direction. Looking for perfection, for the resurrection of people being able to transform into professional investors as quick as possible and passing the obstacle. Going to do sequential thinking for the fix. And yeah, I get it while there's, because I was going to push to GitHub right after the audit like I usually do, but they're saying like don't do it, make sure that the chart is good before you do it. And even though I see the Git changes adding up from 45 to 48, like that might be a lot for my plate, but better get it right now than to audit and then have it be late. Because then when I go to check the Git history, I won't see that this part is done, and then I'd have to run back over everything I just did if the next part didn't work out and I had to restart the biz. So yeah, I'm so glad I did all those individual apps before I tried doing a project to this scale. If I had started with a project like this without doing those apps, oh man, I would be just so overwhelmed. If I was like, beginner vibe coder and I tried doing a big project right off the bat, right off the base, before I even made it to home plate on so many other projects, so I could see like the different objects that had to be done and label them all starting with one, it wouldn't be much fun. But yeah, now I know I'm learning, and just keep on doing what I'm doing, and soon I'll be earning based on all the value I provide. So people don't have to guess. People can go through this free tier and know the best way to invest. Make it a quest, so it doesn't feel like a university test, because there's way more variables than that in real life. Can't just look at a piece of paper, read a question, and be like, oh yeah, A, B, or C, and then feel like life's gonna work out like that every time. Got the visual cues, all kind of variance, the levels adding up from 1 to 10, getting more difficult with each level. But at the end of the day, the trend is always the friend. Should we go and do Playwright again? And Playwright's doing what it does, so I'm going to switch it. Browser. Why is it not showing at this time? I guess it's done. So I wasn't able to get the browser switched over in time to show what it did. But yeah, see, like this was like a problem I didn't even catch. Playwright caught it. All right. So now I'm gonna give this to the LLM. Oh yeah, I should just check it myself. Yep, awesome. So I'll show you guys the you can see now these were overlapped before. The RSI and the MACD were overlapped before, now they're separate. So it did what it's supposed to do. Alright, I just looked visually myself at level 9, and now the RSI and the MACD are separate. I'm going to first paste the prompt that I got from Claude based on the fixes it made, and then I'll give you another screenshot. I mean, they're separate. Maybe they could have like a border in between the two, but let me know what you think. Yeah. The RSI is in its own lane. So you can actually see the RSI peak and the MACD crossover at separate levels. Claude added 2% gap between the two. No, that's fine. I don't need to do that. So do the git add in the second terminal. Okay, so before I was doing my like git pushes in the same terminal from my Claude Code, but now I understand why it can be better to do these git pushes. To do it without hitting enter. Weird. Didn't push because I'm still seeing the numbers right here on the source control. So for the end of level 9 checklist, I just copied and pasted the prompts. Maybe I should have done it one at a time, or I mean the one prompt that had the 2 lines. I gave it the whole thing. I'm going to copy and paste what it gave me here. I'm not sure that it worked. I didn't hit enter yet. There was a bunch of other stuff that came up I'm not used to seeing, and it still shows 51 changes on the source. So it must not have pushed yet, but let me know what's going on. Do I just need to hit enter? Just hit enter. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so you can see now it updated. Or actually, I'm not in the code. You can see now those changes are not showing, so I pushed it. So let's see. The final rebrand and logic fix. Back in, make sure I'm still at max. Should be. Awesome. Then we got a good prompt. Show you guys the prompt. Back into the code. Yeah, feeling like it's time to stand up. Get some energy up. Whoa, it's dark out. Yeah, started kind of slow, but that's usually how it goes. Now I'm getting tuned in, so I know that it's a win for the Fin Hub. Yeah, it says medium. Okay, so I just gave it that new prompt after the GitHub stuff, and basically I put it in plan mode, and it says it's on medium. Like I thought it was on max, but it must have changed. And I'm thinking maybe because I switched it to plan mode, it can't do max in plan mode or something. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I feel like I implemented so many new things. I'm just getting used to like the new workflow, and definitely like forgetting things here and there, the right order to push it through. But yeah, this is definitely progress. I hit on a subtle technical detail how these tools work. Plan mode often defaults to faster medium model to save you time and tokens while it's just brainstorming. Okay, so it stepped down. Okay, I get it. It automatically steps down just for the plan part, and then it should switch once I approve the plan and it moves into act mode. Should switch back to max. Yes, I and I must deal with AI to the fullest. I run AI, AI doesn't run I. No matter how it might try. Just giving thanks and praise to the Most High every day in every way for life and health and strength and length of days. So I don't feel like Babylon has me stuck in a maze. I can change the system myself and keep eating all the organic food because it's good for my health. And life isn't even all about the wealth, it's about the journey. So instead of staying focused on what I'm earning, I'm focused on the value that I'm creating and the lives that I hope to be changing, shifting the financial abundance so Babylon can know that the people actually run this and not the system. So I don't have to be a victim. All right. Now it's right in the plan. It looks like I got it so my face is covering part of it. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, I was like really this is where I think right now is the most highest leverage I could be spending my time as far as like this business goes with everything. So like I built out most of the hub for the marketing for the personal brand. I'm gonna hire somebody actually to make the clips because that was like a couple hours a week that I can outsource to somebody else and I can focus on this stuff instead of doing that. And it shouldn't cost that much because usually you'd have to pay somebody like do the clips and then like they do descriptions and like thumbnails and all that, but I got the tool so it can do all that stuff. So all I need to do is pay the minimum to get these clips, and yeah, that shouldn't cost that much. Spend all my time on the highest leverage thing and outsource everything else. Rebranding the name to Investor's Edge instead of the Investor's Gauntlet or Trader's Gauntlet. Gauntlet is like, what was that show, man? The Gauntlet from that show. It's like maybe like something the Ultimate Warrior or something like that. But yeah, that's what that makes me think of that, not like investing. It's investing like I don't want to make people think it's like a gauntlet. Like it can be if you try to like skip ahead too much and like greed and fear and greed get carried away, all that stuff. But really, like for like how difficult investing is to some people, I think it's just because they weren't trained in the right way. Um, like investing should be super easy. Investing should not be stressful at all. Even trading. If you're trading right and you're keeping your risk low, like this stuff should not be like a gauntlet. It should not feel like it's like stressful. should be like very obvious on the right move, and you should know that sometimes you're gonna make mistakes, but you can just learn from them. Okay, so ready for the final plan MD. Definitely more things I think I could fix, but let's see. I don't see the plan. See the time machine plan. Tiers, but yeah, it doesn't have a plan for the game yet, so. Alright, so I don't think it made any plan yet. I'm going to paste what it gave me after this last prompt. And I haven't checked out the game yet to like actually see, you know, any changes yet. But I definitely still like have some changes in the back of my mind that I knew I needed to make that, you know, were like pretty small things. I'm sure there's others that I haven't even caught yet. There's got to be more bugs, but for right now, um, let me know what you think. What is the next step? Also, another thing is I noticed that I made that last push to GitHub with the screenshot still there. It didn't delete them like it was supposed to from that MD file. But I think we made it so they shouldn't get pushed over, but I'm not sure. Let me know if there's something I should check to make sure it's not pushing those screenshots over too. I know that's a lot. Should have just focused on one thing, but let me know. Give me a prompt I can give in the non-Claude terminal to see if it pushed those JPEGs over last time. Got an error message. Okay, before I give it that next prompt for level 10 in the plan MD, I got what looks like an error message when I gave the non-Claude terminal that last prompt that you gave me. I'm going to paste it here. Let me know what it means in regards to those screenshots. Yeah, so part of me feels like I should like start doing this like early in the day when my mind is fresher, but maybe that'd be easier if it was like cold outside on a day like today. I just want to go outside, do this stuff at night. But I should still even I should still be like definitely mixing it up so I can like, you know, catch the daytime people and the nighttime people, evening people, whatever. I guess depends on where people are in the world too. All right. So it looks like it pushed those files over. It was pushed over. Yeah, it shows a whole list of files for all the PNG screenshots. So it must have pushed them over. So what happened basically was you can see right here all these like screenshots that it made from doing the Playwright tests got pushed over to GitHub. I did have a rule in one of the MD files for it to delete them, but it must not have noticed it. So now you need to make sure that it gets rid of those screenshots from GitHub. So I'm giving it some prompts. So this should prune image artifacts and enforce git ignore. So now I can run that original check again and it will tell me, no, they're all still there. Okay. I'm gonna copy and paste this into Gemini and be like, what's going on? So this is definitely something I want to get fixed before I move forward because it's going to keep doing this every time until it knows not to. Okay, I did everything you said, but the files are still there. I'm going to copy and paste everything I did in that non-Claude terminal, and let me know what you think, like what the problem is, why it's not working, and what I got to do to fix it. So yeah, if you're just watching and learning, I would have to say this is like some of the most important stuff. You know, when everything's flowing smooth and you can just see me building, like not really learning much. But it's these traps that I get into. Oh, what's up, Jake? Just noticed the comments. Doing pretty good. Just right now what I'm doing is I'm fixing this these screenshots from Playwright got pushed over to GitHub even though they weren't supposed to, so finding out what the problem is with that. So Git successfully removed everything from its memory. However, when I immediately ran git add, the reason it's ignoring your git ignore is likely because the git ignore itself might have a formatting issue, like a hidden character of the files or the subfolder that isn't covered by the rules. Okay, permanent fix strategy. Clear the cache again. Check the git ignore content to make sure it actually has the .png in it. Yeah, I don't see it. Okay, so that's gonna be the problem right there, I think. I think I just found the problem. Awesome. Um, okay, so I ran the first command, and then I went to check git ignore, and I did not see the PNG line in git ignore. So it looks like that's the problem. I'm gonna copy and paste what was in git ignore here, just so that you can see for yourself, just to make sure I know. And I didn't give it the rest of the prompts yet. I just want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. So yeah, let me know what you think, and then how I should continue. Now I'll be doing a check to see if it worked. So now it should be nothing. It shouldn't list any files. Yeah, it worked. Awesome. If it returns nothing, I won. There goes the win right there. Yeah, so basically, uh, what am I using Playwright for? Playwright is testing. Right now I'm working on this game basically, and Playwright's going through and is doing tests. Like I can tell Playwright to like go through and like do a UI test, go through and do a logic test, make sure that the questions and the answers match up right. And it's basically playing the game for me and looking for bugs. It found a bunch of bugs. What it does is it creates screenshots, and then it sends these screenshots. You can see these like, the purple icon. These are all screenshots from Playwright. So when it takes these, it's going to give these to Claude, so that Claude, like, it has an idea of what it needs to fix. So the problem was, I thought I originally set up, I don't want to push these screenshots to GitHub, because then it'll make the file way too big. And I thought originally in the git ignore, I set it up so they wouldn't push these over, but it wasn't working. So I had to figure out what the problem was. I just figured out the problem, that it wasn't added on the git ignore. Just did a thing to add it to git ignore, and just told it to like not basically like remove those so it didn't push it over. So then I just checked the git again to see if those files were there. The files weren't there. It worked. So now from now on, I should have it to when it takes screenshots and I do push to GitHub, it does not take these screenshots over with it. And then I'll just have to give it a prompt to delete these screenshots. I thought in one of my MD files, there was a rule that it wasn't supposed to, that it was supposed to delete these. And I definitely like manually told it to do that in a prompt before, and it did it, but now it's not picking up off of that MD file. So I guess for now I'll just manually add a rule to delete the PNG files after Playwright does a test. But yeah, basically now with each like build prompt that I'm giving it, the last step for each build prompt is have the Playwright MCP do a test. And also one thing too, Playwright. I almost installed the wrong version. There's a Playwright and a Playwright MCP. I almost accidentally installed the Playwright. So you want to make sure you're installing the Playwright MCP. Okay, so it returned nothing. Those 50 images are gone from the cloud, but still safely on the hard drive. Okay, so I'm going to go back to Claude Code terminal because I did that in the PowerShell terminal. And go back to where I originally was trying to do before I found that problem. So I got a prompt for the final plan MD. I got one level left to build. I was looking into like, I didn't make a plan MD for this game at the start. I thought this game was going to be so easy to make. This is probably the hardest thing I've ever, not probably, but definitely found more bugs in here than anything, and there's still more to get rid of. But for right now, I can do a plan MD before it builds the most difficult level, level 10, and like all the bugs and all the fixes I've made so far on the previous levels should, like, that logic should be applied into making level 10. So basically that's another like professional way of like doing this, is like doing the fixes as you go on a bigger project like this, because then as you build it out more stages, it should apply the fixes that you made so it doesn't keep making the same mistakes. All right, so make sure I'm in plan mode. Yeah, there we go. That was a interesting learning experience. Now I'm back to the flow, back to the building. Make sure you like up the like button. Subscribe up the subscribe button if you haven't already, because I'll always be coming through with new information steady as much as I can. Staying with the master plan. Comment up the comment section. And give thanks for life and health and strength and length of days and all the different ways you could vibe code solutions to whatever it is you're trying to do. And the value will flow through, and then the money too. Yes, Javi, every time, give thanks. All right, also this is Final Plan MD, but that might be kind of confusing because it's not for like the whole hub. This is just for the Investor's Edge, so I got to make sure it clarifies that. So yeah, before I do that, I'll look at the comments and yeah, these bugs, man. How am I dealing with that? So right now, Playwright is helping a ton. Playwright is saving me a ton of time going through, catching more of the easier bugs, even some bugs that I'm not noticing. But for the most part, you just got to deal with it, I guess. It's all about like a process. The best thing I can tell you is to do bugs, not wait till the end of a build and then go and find all the bugs. Do like the first part of the build, find as many bugs as you can, make sure Claude knows what you're fixing so that basically as it builds out more, it understands and learns from the bugs that were already there before. And then it'll get like easier and easier with each level that you're building. Um and you just got to do it. Basically, I was looking into it, and this is something that it sounds like, that every developer has to deal with. And there's like, no easy way around it yet because um, like with coding is like really logical, and in life and whatever you're building is probably not going to be logical. Like, investing, and I'm teaching people investing rules, and Claude doesn't understand that, a lot of investing isn't actually logical. So you just got to find them yourself and you got to fix them yourself. I'm sure you could hire somebody to do it if you had the funds, would probably be the easiest way. But if you're doing it yourself and you're trying to learn like I'm doing, it's just a part of it. So let's see, you always have it add logging and then have the LLM review the debug log file. Yeah, that helps a ton too. Like even right now, I'm about to give LLM what I just found. Keep LLM that you're working with. Like I have this LLM with Gemini. I started it by telling it that it's my senior engineer and it should act like a senior engineer. And I'm giving it kind of an update of all the bugs I'm fixing so it knows what I found, where I'm at. And it helps for like when I'm making new prompts, and it can put that like information into the new prompts about the bugs that have already been fixed and what to watch out for. Helps with writing prompts for the audits. And you always have Codex plan and then do review afterwards. Okay, yeah, I've not done Codex reviews, so that's definitely something I could take a note on and add to the flow. I've definitely been using the sequential thinking on the prompts now too, so that helps a lot. Yeah, every time. Glad we could help. It's good to see. All right, so we got the prompt from the master plan for the LLM. All right, so like everything should be good with the files and Git. Um, Basically, I just ran that prompt for the Final Plan MD, and it gave some suggestions for key decisions back to me. I'm going to copy and paste them for you to see, but before that, I'm looking at Final Plan MD, and I feel like it's not specific that it's just for this Investor's Edge part of the hub and not for the whole hub. So that Final Plan MD, I can't really tell that it's just for Investor's Edge when I'm looking at it in the root file or root folder. So I'm thinking that I should like specify that it's the Final Plan MD for the Investor's Edge, not like for the entire like InvestaPath project. So anyways, let me know about that part, and then I'm also going to paste the key decisions for me, like I said. I'll take your suggestions, and I'm just reading them through it right now so we can get to how I should proceed next. Yeah, definitely Javi, check out Playwright. Paperclip too, I haven't tried that one yet. And I want to try a few, and maybe it's good to run them both. Maybe Paperclip will find some that PlanMD doesn't find. Um, and yeah, there's just so much to know. Just do things one at a time. Make sure when you're doing Playwright, the main mistake I almost made was and it's super easy to hook up, but the main mistake I almost made was there's a Playwright and a Playwright MD or Playwright MCP. You want to get Playwright MCP. So make sure what I did was I just went into LLM and I told it, I'm in Claude Code, I want to install Playwright MCP, give me a prompt. And it was like two different prompts. I had to give it one prompt for it to like find it, I think, and then another prompt for it to hook it up. But it probably took me like 10 to 20 minutes, and it was all hooked up. And then after that, now when I do build prompts, like when I have it create a plan, I'll just make it so the last step of the plan is to run through everything it just built with Playwright. And then like the main problem I just found with the screenshots, just make sure you're not pushing those screenshots over. They're giving to me all these screenshots in PNG. So put a rule in your get ignored to not push those PNGs to GitHub, and you should be good. But yeah, it was much easier than I thought it would be to hook it up and start using it, and it's definitely like helped me a ton, and it's free, so like that's the best part. Okay, so I should definitely rename that Plan MD Investors Edge MD. Yup. Rename Final Plan MD to Plan Investors Edge MD. I'll do that after I do this part, the build. You've been using Puppeteer for scraping. It uses Chrome DevTools Protocol CDP. Really helpful way to load sites that block automated headless requests. Okay, I've never heard of that. I'm definitely taking a note down. Puppeteer for scraping. Yeah, I was just listening to a quick YouTube video today about, I think it was called Firecrawl. It also does scraping. So there's definitely like so many different tools to use for like each function, and like the best thing to do is just try them all out, and sure, like everything else, some will work better on some stuff than others. But yeah, there's just so much to learn. Okay. Okay, so the first thing, there's a spot in the plan at planmd file for minor fixes. I'd rather just give it a prompt. Okay. Okay, so before I give it this prompt, I remember like two of the minor fixes, but I haven't even like played through levels 8 and 9 yet to find more fixes. It sounds like I should be doing that to make sure like I find as many fixes as I can before I build level 10. based on, where Claude in the terminal is at right now. It's saying when I'm ready, just say the word and it'll start level 10. But I would want to go back and find some of those fixes. Also, I'd much rather just give a prompt to have Claude make the fixes and make sure it did it right instead of manually putting them in the what do you call it, the plan MD file. So I guess I'm not sure, but what I'm thinking is like tell Claude, just for right now, update the name of the plan MD, and then don't start building yet. I will go back to the levels I haven't checked yet and make sure that it fixes those fixes that I can find easily, and then we'll do level 10. I guess I could also add the part about the doing option A and not including the volume right now. What do you think is the best course of action to move forward? And then, like, if you think there's any necessary prompts I should give right now, let me know what they are. So just notice the comments. Since it loads visibly on the screen, you can solve any captchas that come up. Oh, okay. So it can automatically solve the captchas. I wonder, like, that's like that makes me wonder, like, is captchas like that good of a security thing now? Like, because if these AI tools can just go right through the captchas, then like, what is the point of even having a captcha? So yeah, Gemini saying I pretty much had the right idea doing a pre-flight inspection. So I will give Claude this prompt. Oh, you're still solving the captchas, so maybe it can do it, but it's just like not that good at it or something. I guess I'll just test it out myself and see, because that, to me, that sounds strange. Like what's the point of having captchas if it can just do that? So yeah, like you're saying, it sounds like it's like taking its time to solve it or something. But yeah, definitely something to keep in mind to when I actually like try those tools out to see how they work. Awesome. Yeah, change the name of that plan MD. So yeah, now I just gotta play through the game on those levels and be taking some notes into to Gemini what I find to make a prompt to do the fixes. Gemini is giving me a list of things I should watch out for, like label collision, because these later levels have like multiple indicators stacked up. Are the numbers overlapping? Does the neon lime I use for buy match the neon lime of Bollinger Bands? Awesome. Okay. Yeah, something tells me there's going to be a ton of problems. Alright, so I went back and started on level 6, and right away. Um, First question. It says the blue line just touched 22, deep in the green oversold zone. The broader market is also failing. What do you do? The chart just shows like almost all red candles. Just like it's like just the price has been going down. The main problem though is the blue line did not just touch 22. It's pretty much in the same level, and it's like says 0.96. So that's like way off. Um I'm guessing I'll find like a bunch of different things, and it would take me a long time to write down a note on each different fix that I find. And the more fixes, like the more it's going to be difficult for Claude. Do you think I should be like doing these fixes one at a time if I'm guessing I'm going to find like, probably like at least 5 different fixes per level? Or I could always just come on here and like let you know one at a time what I find in this chat window. And then you could like create a prompt manually. But yeah, let me know what you think is the best way to handle this. Okay, so yeah, Gemini's saying that I should just do like one level of fixes at a time. So right away, got this first fix for level 6. Um, and this is pretty bad too. Like I feel like, Claude shouldn't be like messing up like this, but this is just some things are really easy for Claude to understand and some things are really difficult, and this game has been really difficult. But it's teaching me a ton, so let's see. Oh, take a screenshot to share with the AI. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should have done that. Um, yeah, I gotta do that from now on. About to ask Gemini. So, I'm guessing it would help a ton to take screenshots of each of these problems that I find. And do you think I should give the screenshot to you and then you can write a prompt, or do you think I should just give the screenshot to Claude in the terminal and then tell Claude what the problem is? The main thing I'm thinking, if I do that, then it might take up a lot more context for it to read the screenshots. Let me know what you think. Yeah, we can get context window bloat. If I feed Claude 20 high-res screenshots in one session, its memory will fill up with image data, making it slower and more prone to forgetting the investor constitution and previous logic fixes. Here's how to handle this like a pro and save time and tokens. Use the live screenshot prompt for Claude. Instead of manually taking a photo and uploading it, let Claude use the Playwright MCP to see what you see. This is a much more efficient. Oh, awesome. So I'll just tell Player, okay. So like what I just found, like it's saying instead of taking a screenshot, like I should say like I'm on level 6, question 1. Use Playwright to take a screenshot of this exact screen. compare the RSI line value to the question text, fix the mismatch where the text says 22 but the visual shows 0.96. Don't proceed until the visual matches the text. That is, yeah, that's money right there. Respect every time. www, win, win, win no matter what. We back every time. The new rhyme and a new line to post into Claude. So, you know, I'm just out here doing my job, making the best finance tool available for beginner investors so they can learn how to get financial freedom. And this will be the money. So yeah, we got a lot of good information coming through, a lot to do, and a lot to see. So stay tuned in because this is the place to be for the vibe coding. Feeling like it's a new thing and it's just going to get bigger and bigger. So, you know, we'll be a bigger winner each time, and the more bugs I'll find, the easier it gets. So, yeah, so I just got a pretty good advice, like using screenshots. Like, you know, Playwright is taking screenshots, but if I'm posting in screenshots, then it can be a lot of the context window will go a lot quicker. So, got some really good advice, kind of like instead of copying and pasting a screenshot into Claude, what I want to do is just like tell Claude to use Playwright to make a screenshot so that it knows what's going on. And so I'm going to do from now on for the next problems. And I'm making sure, like, I'm about to do the most difficult level, level 10. So I want to make sure and find as many bugs as I can so that it knows how to avoid making those bugs on level 10. And hopefully, yeah, hopefully it just makes it perfect on the first time, even though I doubt that. But yeah, this part is money. And I can tell, like, you know, when everything's easy in the back of my mind, I'm like, you know, someone could just easily, like, you know, copy this and just take a few prompts to like make it. But when I'm seeing all these bugs and I'm seeing how much effort it takes into something that's really like complex and really has a ton of value, it's like, okay, yeah, if someone wanted to copy me, they definitely have to figure out this bug stuff just like I did. And that makes it so it's not so easy. So yeah, hopefully at the end of the day, like you know, in the future, Claude will just be better at not making bugs in the first place. But for now, this is what we got, and it looks like it's going through Playwright. Even though I didn't tell it to yet, which is cool. So let me see. I'll pull up that Playwright. Yep, it's definitely playing through. So it must be. It's on level 6. Yep. So yeah, I just, even without giving it the screenshot or telling it to have Playwright, it automatically has Playwright playing through the level. So I'm a teacher. Like I guess yeah, I'm teaching right now. I've never been like a teacher where I've like, you know, been paid to be a teacher like professionally, I guess. Never went to like, you know, any education system to be a teacher, but definitely teaching lessons, definitely trying to teach what I learned. And yeah, it's good to see that I'm good at this. Definitely something that doesn't take me much effort, but just like one thing I ended up learning a long time ago was basically like teaching is really like one of the best ways to help learn. Like if you go and you learn something, um, if you go and teach what you learned after you learn it, it will like reinforce it in your brain like way better than anything. So yeah, I guess that is a big, but that's like my motivation to basically be teaching is helps me learn better, but also yeah, it's awesome to provide value. Like I like being able to help people. Definitely I feel like I've got way more help um from other people that know more than me than I've like taught people. But you know, as I get better and better, hopefully, hopefully I'm like teaching more than learning. But you know, there's something tells me I'll never get caught up. I'll never feel caught up with like the latest AI to feel like I know everything that's going on with vibe coding and AI and new implementations and new updates and everything. So yeah, this is gonna be like a learning journey for a long time until I get to where I'm like, you know, I've only been doing this for not even 2 months, so hopefully soon enough. Hopefully a few more months I'm just like cruising through everything I do. So yeah, I can see Playwright's moving pretty slow, but it's working. And yeah, Playwright gets the answers right every time. And I'm thinking, you know, it's just going through level 6, but I'm gonna ask Gemini that. That's a good idea, and this is pretty awesome because just having Claude do that fix, uh I do see like the step 3 says once fixed, take a Playwright screenshot to verify. But what it's actually doing is it's having Playwright run through the entire level 6, it looks like, and just see if it can find any other similar problems. But what I'm wondering is like, you know, each time I find a problem, like say I find a problem in level 6, should I be telling Playwright to like run through all the levels to look for that similar problem? Because, you know, I feel like that would save me a ton of time. Let me know what you think. And then I can just come to you and tell you like each new problem, and then you can write a new prompt that has, you know, the last step to have Playwright run through the entire. Really, I guess it should be running through the entire game because it's very possible that I could have missed that same problem in earlier levels, even though the earlier levels are like much simpler. But yeah, let me know. Yeah, so definitely found more than what I found by playing through that level. And I was creating the plan right now to go and do the fixes. Yeah, this is awesome. Playwright. Give thanks again to the man who came through with the Playwright instructions because this has saved me so much time. I was just doing it one fix at a time before, and you know I still gotta like Playwright's not gonna catch every single bug, but it catches ones that I don't find, and then if I find one, then it gives like more context to Playwright as like what to look for to find bigger ones. And you know, I'm sure even like right now when I'm building this out, I'll still miss some, and I'll need to like play it myself, and probably like even stuff I won't find, other people will find. But you know, the main thing is that like my target market is beginner investors, so the people using this app probably will not pick up, you know, find the bugs like I am because they won't know that, you know, if something's wrong, they're not going to know it's wrong because they're a beginner and they don't know yet. So yeah, this just shows me right here too. I got to be building stuff that I completely understand. if I go and try to build a tool that I don't understand like the context of like that topic, it will be like just very difficult to catch bugs because I won't know if it's wrong. So let's see. Want to be. Oh man. Yeah, missed out on the big move. That's 2 days in a row. I got stopped out and then made a big move right afterwards, but hey, at least I did not lose. Yeah, since I've been vibe coding, I've been missing so many trades, but that's okay because trading does not really provide value to society. It'll put more money in my pocket. Yeah, I missed out on money I could have made, but I think at the end of the day, this is the right way. This is way more value. Um, I feel like I could probably even make more money doing this than trading, and I would just rather, this is more fun to me. Yeah, definitely a lot of good trades going on in crypto right now. See, I'm gonna sit down for a second. So I'm just reading what I'm doing right now is essentially like professionally it's called regression testing. So when you find a bug, when I find a bug, like say in like one part, like this level 6 bug I found, should tell Claude fix the RSI math in the shared indicator file, then use Playwright to audit level 6, 7, 8, 9. Fix any scenario where the RSI value is outside the 0 to 100 range. No, that's not exactly what the problem was. I get what they're saying. So every time I find a logic or math bug, I should use a prompt structured like this. Found a bug, like name of the bug and level set in level whatever. Um, correct underlying logic in the right file name. Use Playwright MCP to speed run through level levels 1 through 9. So that's where I'm at right now. During the sweep, verify the specific condition is met for every single question. Give me a list of which level passes and which ones need a data clip adjustment. So Playwright is great for math and visibility, which is heavily what is the problems are with this feature that I'm building, but it struggles with the vibe. So that's where I need to be. The robot can tell you the RSI is 22. The robot cannot tell you this question feels too easy or this chart looks too cluttered. Exactly. That stuff I still gotta find. So like let the robot handle the math audits for the whole game, and I can just keep focused on the investor vibe walkthrough. So I'm gonna give this to Gemini and be like, hey, is there a good prompt to have it go check the other levels that would be relevant? Because basically, I wouldn't want to do it through all of them because I don't think it uses RSI, or I know it doesn't use RSI on all the levels. Okay. I'm about to paste the RSI fix complete message I got from doing these fixes in Claude Terminal, and I want you to give me a prompt that I can use to have it fix the other levels, because I think it just checked level 6, and of course, like, because this is just for RSI, not every level has RSI. It should be just the levels that have it RSI. Found the matrix bug. The data was so perfectly bearish that the RSI math essentially broke because there were 0 green days to balance it out. Yup, that's why I was like, dude, these charts are like not real. They're adding volatility. Yup, and that would have been like, it fixed like multiple problems. Like once I would have fixed that RSI problem, then it would have been like, okay, now the chart is like, it's just straight up or straight down, and that's like not realistic. So yeah, there's so many things it found. That's awesome. I got my prompts, so they got sequential thinking, so that's awesome. So it's math validation, confluence check, clip replacement, and final report. in the back of my mind, I'm like I could build this whole thing out, and then people just don't want to use it. And I find that it's like making people bounce from the site later. But at least I learned a ton, and then I'll learn from that if that happens. Like, yeah, it's just all a learning process. And part of what motivates me to get this, like, just to keep working on this to get it done, is not just that, like, you know, I want to be done with it, but um I want to use the later parts of this tool for myself, like the journaling. Like, as soon as I get this done, I'm going to be the first one to go and get a subscription to it and use it just for my own investing, my own trading. Then I'll be able to like catch more bugs, but then also too I can get into the marketing sooner than later, because I think just like I understand investing pretty well, I feel like I understand marketing a little bit better. Said it found some things and I was working on it. But all these things is finding out, I had to go through and find it one at a time and make a fix one at a time like I was doing before. This is money. This is awesome. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some food. Awesome. So I made the fix. Going on to find the next bug. So I just went back to level 5 to check it, and basically, like, one thing I noticed is, like, for the vibe, um, it repeats, like, kind of like the same three charts over and over, and maybe, like, phrases the questions differently. I don't know if that's really a problem. Uh, what do you think? So yes and no. Claude just built 22 plus new moderate drift and squeeze clips. So we have a library of data sitting there unused in the earlier levels. We don't need to write new code, we just need to shuffle the deck. I think it's I don't know if boring is the right word, but basically like yeah, like it's too obvious that it's the same charts. So like someone's looking at it like I already like answered this one, like it's bouncing and it's bouncing off the SMA. So basically it seems like this problem is like not enough, variation of different charts. And I noticed that prompt you just gave me doesn't have anything about having Playwright check over, you know, um, this level and other levels for that same problem. So, what do you think about having a new prompt that involves Playwright and has it check over other levels to find similar problems? But like you said, probably the first few levels don't really matter as much, and I can go back and check out those later anyway. Yeah, Playwright act as a boredom detector. Scan the levels and flag where we are being lazy with our data selection. It says levels 5 and 6. Um, okay, just checking that prompt. I did not check other levels for this same problem, and your prompt says levels 5 and 6 have this problem, but I only found it so far in level 5. So basically, I guess rewrite the prompt, and then it should be checking more than just level 5 and 6, right? It should be checking all the way, like probably levels 4 through 9, if I'm correct. What do you think? It's the main goal. The user should never feel like they're seeing the same shape twice in a single setting. Okay, awesome. That food is done. Got the drip today. Come through dripping. We're out. Not sure what you mean by we're out. No, maybe I just got up to get some food. But yeah, right now, just gotta eat something real quick. All that mountain biking today. I gotta get an extra meal. Get some carbs. But yeah, running through the Playwright MCP doing tests. Basically is just too many similar. Oh yeah, now it's really cruising through it. Too many similar, and it just found another problem too. Awesome. So it's like finding problems. Like I'll give it this like prompt to like find this one problem, and then it finds another problem, and then it's like stopping and then like logging what the problem is, and then yeah, definitely this is what I want because it was just too similar. The questions were too similar. Yeah, I gotta have that drip every day. No other way. Just how I stay. Can't go with the same thing different day. How much have I paid in tokens already? Well, paid? Like I just got the max plan, so I've never paid anything over the max, but yeah, why not just check and see real quick where I'm at for like the, I guess you would call it the 5-hour window session. Yeah, that's a good question. I haven't even checked that today. I'm wondering, I'm guessing using the Playwright probably uses more tokens than normal. Settings, usage. Yeah, not used to. I've only gone through this current session, gone through 15% used. It resets in 15 minutes. All models, 8% used, resets Friday. So yeah, I'm good. Still have not even came anywhere close to running through the max plan, but I can tell if I would have that $100 plan, I'd be like coming really close. Yeah, because I think basically the $100 max plan is like 20% of what I'm using now, and I'm 15% used for the current session, so I'll be getting close. But I wouldn't be surprised if I was using the $100 max plan that if I would hit it like sometime, if not now and soon, because I'm definitely doing like way more stuff than I used to. Okay, so we got the real issue is similarity within a pattern category, not clip reuse. Yep, same shape at different zoom levels. That was like, just didn't say it that way. So I see what they're doing. They're just changing it's like they're using the same chart, but they'll just use a different part of the chart. That's smart. And that rhymes too. Gotta have 5 to 6 instances of that VS Code and ID max. We don't want to disappoint Jensen. Jensen, I think that's the CEO of NVIDIA. 5 to 6 instances, all like different windows. Yeah, if you're talking about having 5 to 6 different windows, that would be like really confusing for me for where I'm at right now, and I think there'd be a high possibility that I'd accidentally like have them working on the same file at the same time. But yeah, I think I just need to get like my workflow down so it's copper set with the one window, and then I'll switch to more windows. But yeah, until I know I'm like doing everything good with one window, I'm just like, if that's what you're saying, yeah, I don't want to be running that many. But I could see how that would definitely run up your usage much quicker. Okay, levels not changed, 4 through 8. Awesome. So now I can go back to find more bugs. Nothing is confusing for the machine, no doubt. My AI chip never falters. My AI chip is a neural network CPU. It never fails. Every time I move around, that's why I like jump up and down so much, because when I'm jumping up and down, it recharges my AI chip. So that way I never have to worry about running out of batteries. Yeah, I've got to train my AI to get gotta train my AI chip to make sure that I'm getting that one single thread thinking right, and then it can expand to multiple threads. All right, so we got this on to level 6. Okay, just found another bug. It says the blue line just touched 22 deep in the green oversold zone. It says it's at 27.1. So I'm going to take a screenshot of this. Blue line just touched 22. What do you do? It says 27. I'm wondering if I should do audit. Oh, it's only got 4 changes. No, I'm good. Right. Yeah, I just found the next bug right away. Level 6. Scenario 2 of 10. It says the RSI is at 22. What do I do? But it shows that it's currently at 27.1, I think it was. I took a screenshot. I'm going to attach it. And I'm starting to feel like what's going on here, why there's so many errors, is like, it's not looking at the right part of the chart when it's like coming up with the questions. Like, I think what's going on is like the questions are more in regards to like a part back in the chart. That's why it's not accurate. I'm not sure, but that's like kind of what my intuition is telling me right now, what's causing these problems. But anyways, I'll paste the screenshot, and let me know what you think is best to continue. Just looking at your prompt and it says you've identified a recurring timing mismatch, e.g. level 6 scenario 10, but it's actually level 6 scenario 2 out of 10. So I guess if it matters, I don't know if they're like shifting these like levels around. But anyways, yeah, go and if you think it matters, go and make a new prompt. I'm right to catch that. Precision is everything when we're giving orders to the robot. For the machine. So as far as the walkthrough, I feel like yeah, it is very annoying to like find all these bugs. But right now I'm finding bugs like without even having to try. Like the first or second question, I'm finding a bug each time. So I'm sure that will like kind of like play itself out. The more bugs I find, the more I'll be able to play it without finding bugs. But anyways, you know, I feel like the more work I do on this, like I've never built a feature or anything that's like this difficult, causing this many problems, but I'm learning a lot, so it's not a big deal. From what you told me, like, you know, this is kind of expected for like professional like developers that, you know, they gotta like work out a ton of bugs with everything they build. But the main thing in the back of my mind is like, you know, is this gonna weigh the whole project down? Like having this, like, you know, having so much like, you know, like data or whatever you would call it just on this one feature that when I get to the other features, it might like weigh the project down. Let me know what you think. Will this weigh down the rest of the project? Technically, no. Architecturally, no. Is this normal for professional devs? Yes. High level developers spend about 20% of their time writing new code and 80% of their time hardening it. That must mean looking for bugs. So, yeah, this is pretty much, I say that's about accurate. I'm spending about 20% of my time building the level and about 80% of my time checking for bugs and fixing it. So, like a junior developer would ship the app with, like the bugs I'm finding, they would just ship it. They wouldn't understand that. But a professional developer, which is what I'm doing right now, refuses to ship until the visual truth matches the data truth. Yeah, I don't want to ship this until it's like right. I don't want to lead people in the wrong direction. So yeah, I gotta make it perfection. I can hear the rain is falling. Awesome. Awesome. So let's see. The light at the end of the tunnel. The reason I'm finding bugs in the first or second question every time is that we're fixing systemic issues. The RSI decimal was a systemic math bug. That dead air candle was a systemic timing bug. Once Claude finishes the signal alignment, slicing the data fix, you are going to find that dozens of bugs vanish at once. You aren't just fixing level 6 scenario 2, you're fixing the clock that runs the entire game. Take a win where you can. Once Claude confirms the signal alignment is done, play through level 6 again. If you get through 5 questions without a bug, stop and celebrate that. That is the moment the weight starts to lift. Let Claude finish the globalized candle audit, run the playwright check. Go back to the game. If it feels even 50% better, then we're winning. I'm not weighing the project down. I'm building the engine of the finance hub. Once the engine is tuned, building the next tool will be 5 times faster because you already know how to handle the data. That's good to know. Alright, so now it looks like back to finding the rest of the bugs. Yes, that's very good to know. And like, what is the process for auditing and pushing to GitHub when I'm finding these bugs? Like right now on the Git, it says I only have like 5 changes, but I think this is about 3 changes. So based on like what you're telling me before, the rule of 3, this would be like number 3 right here. Supposed to get some hail too. The rain comes through. It was like the calm before the storm because it got so warm right after being cold. Okay. So before I push, oh yeah, I hear you like with pushing right now, but I should have been more clear. I was talking about the rule of 3 in regards to doing audits, because maybe you originally told me like, and I understood it wrong, that the rule of 3 should just be for an audit, but or I mean for push to GitHub, but yeah, I'm wondering, should I do an audit and a push right now? What do you think? Yeah, run an audit every 3 major changes. It looks like you're telling me for step 1 to run the final audit and to give it to Claude. Do you think it'd be better to give it to Codex? Because that's usually what I do, is give Codex an audit. Because from what I understand, Codex fixes stuff that Claude doesn't always find. All right, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna do this straight from the PowerShell, or I mean, yeah, straight from the PowerShell, but straight for the source control, so it knows exactly what to find. I just wanted to make sure that I'm pasting the right thing in the PowerShell into the Codex audit. I'm going to paste it here. Let me know. Just confirm. Oh, yeah, that was wrong. Okay, I didn't open the, that was just the confirmation from Git in the terminal. So I need to open the logic audit text file that I made before and copy that. That makes sense. I did not do that right last time either, but it's all good. All right, yeah, thanks for letting me know. I did just copy and paste everything in the logic audit, but I think there might be a problem. It hasn't hit it yet. It's still working right now, but I don't think I erased everything from the last logic audit. So there's probably like a ton of information here, maybe too much, but I'll just let it run and let me know what you think. Ran through that audit very quick and just says all things are correct. Looks like audit result pass. I'm gonna copy and paste it here. Let me know what you think. Whenever I try to copy and paste a prompt like you just gave me that has more than one line, I get an error message saying like, there's 3 lines here. Are you sure you want to proceed? So when you give me those prompts like up here, is it all right to just put all 3 lines into like Claude, or I mean into the PowerShell terminal at the same time, or do I need to do those one at a time? All right, I'm just gonna check my GitHub. Feel like it worked. Awesome, 1 minute ago. Yep. Back to the walkthrough. In level 6, scenario 6 of 10, the question says the RSI has been pinned below the green 30 line for 3 bars now. But on the chart, it's only been below the green 30 line for 2 bars. Do you think I would also need to give you a screenshot of this? Would that help? Claude is using inclusive counting. Yeah, I found like 5 more instances. Awesome. Back to the yeah, I can see like once you get this done, it just gets easier and easier each time to find the bugs and squash them out. I don't think I found any bugs in that level. That's awesome. That is a good feeling. On each one of those audits with Playwright is able to fix like 5 bugs or more each time is like saving me so much time. That was not right. Found one. Just found a new bug on level 7 scenario 3. Basically, I'll give you a screenshot, but it's saying like, that the question, I don't have the question up anymore, so I don't know exactly how it worded, but it's like something about volatility, but the price is like breaking up above the band. And the question, like the right answer was like saying like to buy it. But just like the scenario 1 and 2, which had like the exact same situation where the price was just moving like a ton of green bars that were all like outside the band. Um, yeah, it looks like just it's like wrong. I'll attach the screenshot. Let me know if you think that you understand what I'm saying from the screenshot and from what I told you, and how you think I should move forward. Haha, that's what I'm saying every time with a new rhyme. AI bug here. I don't know, but weird fix, please. Yeah, this is like one of the weirdest bugs I've seen. I didn't even know how to explain it. Let's see. Lagging questions bug. Look at the options in your screenshot. They're talking about low volatility and a move that is building. The reality, the move already happened. Oh yeah, so it must be like, I'm wondering if it was a problem like where it's like showing like the how it was gonna print out. I think I understand what's going on too. Um, so the bug here is basically the question was saying like the bands are tight, like right here how it is. So they're like, what should you do? But the question was looking back in time, like it was like looking as if like the chart ended right here. So if this were the case, then it would make sense to buy. But where it's showing the chart right now is it's already like broken out and it's already like above the range. So that would be like wait for it to like come back down into the bands. But the charts like it's just not accurate. And I think I'm finding the problem is because originally I asked it to like print out the next few candles after to show what would happen after they answered it right. And that wasn't always like lining up with what it was supposed to do. So I think it changed it so it just left the next candles printed out and it's still like given the data from here. I'm not sure that that's why the problem is, but at least I found like what the problem is. So before I give this prompt, I'm going to make sure that Gemini understands what I think. Okay, before I give it that prompt, like I'm thinking what happened why it's doing this is because before I had it so like, you would click it and then like after you clicked it, it would print out the next few candles. But like those weren't always aligning with like what the answer was. So I'm thinking what happened was it just like automatically printed out the last few candles, but it's still asking the question from like an earlier part in the chart. I'm not sure that's why the problem is, but that's what my intuition is telling me. So, based on this, let me know if you think there's anything that should be changed about that original prompt I was going to give. Intuition spot on. Identified the ghost of future candles bug. But I don't know exactly if it's that. So I just got to make sure. I just want to make sure before I give it that prompt that you know that I don't exactly know that that's what the problem is. And some of the questions are correct. So maybe it's like maybe that's not it because then I'm thinking it would be like that for every question. But I just wanted to like run this by you and let you know that's what I think it is, but I don't know. And it looks like from that prompt, like that's confirming that like I know exactly what the problem is. Let me know what you think. So yeah, good thing I said that. So basically, so Claude doesn't just blindly rewrite the reveal logic, instead investigate why some clips are leaking future data. So I did just give it that prompt, but then like after reading it again, it's like saying in some cases it's showing the breakout before I answer the question. But I already changed it earlier because earlier what was happening was the breakout didn't always match what the question said it was going to do. So I think it just stopped showing what would happen after you answered the question to solve that problem. So it's no longer even like showing it, but like yeah, like I'm thinking what's most likely is that on some of them it just like listed that, but maybe this is irrelevant. Maybe the only thing I should be focused on is just like what the bug is and not me trying to figure out why it's there. Let me know what you think. Yeah, so I shouldn't even be like worried about why. It's easy if I'm like trying to figure out why things are going on, that it can confuse the developer. So I should just be unbiased, give an unbiased report of the symptom, and not like be like trying to figure out why it's doing that. So a better way to do this is instead of like saying like, this is broken because like why I think it's broken or something like that, just use a format of like where is the bug, what's the location, what's the conflict, and the demand, what I want it to do correctly that it's not doing now. So I should not be like concerned at all about why I think something's broken or why I think like I don't need to even like, spend my mind frame even like trying to figure that stuff out. So it's running Playwright. All right, I'll try this again and see. Okay, question 2 and 3 are the exact same scenario, exact same question, exact same answer. All right, it said it fixed that. Just from trying level 7 again, scenario 2 and 3, it's the chart are different, but it's the exact same scenario, the exact same questioning, and the exact same answer. Two questions in a row, and it's just that the bands are super tight, and they're saying like a big move is coming, but it's like to a user they're gonna be like, yeah, I just like did that the last question, like I understand that, I guess. So let me know what you think. Need more food, said I need more food. Food for my mood. All type of food, said I need more food. Need more food, yeah, I need more food. Food for the structure. Food for the mood. Be right back with more food. Alright, so I made the fix. Do it for level 8 and level 9, and then it's probably time to run an audit. Yep, already found the ones on level 8. Wow. I can't believe I started out. Man, if I had never learned this, like, Playwright, and I was just doing these bugs one at a time. Oh, man. This would be taking so long. It's crazy how many bugs there are, and that's about it, right? What they're saying is like most developing is like 20% of the time building and 80% of the time like finding and fixing bugs. And yeah, just want to build. I don't have to fix any bugs. But I get it, like the AI can't, it's not smart enough to like find the stuff I'm finding. I'm not smart enough to build what it's building. Welcome to the chat, Alcatraz. Big up yourself every time. Massive respect. What is the app about? The app is Investopath. So this app is about taking people to have their money work for them, to teach them investing. Most apps are about our trading. There's a huge gap in the market for investment apps, and this is going to take anybody with little to no knowledge of investing. The tagline is stop guessing, start winning. And basically, what I'm working on right now is kind of like a 10 level game slash quiz. And essentially, it starts by teaching you like the first level is super basic, teaches you how to read candlestick chart. Then it goes on to adding different technical indicators, teaches you how to read those. And I'm getting into the last levels where it's like putting technical indicators on top of each other, because all these are like not, like not 100% accurate. They just give you like a more probable solution to explanation of what's going to happen. So basically, it would be most likely to start here with this. And then there's the time machine for this is going to be both this and the time machine are going to be in the free tier. So the time machine is it's going to pick a random year from the actual stock market and give you a list of actual stocks from that year. And your goal is to try to beat the S&P 500. So like I'm trying to show people like once you have this basic understanding, like you should be able to like know how to beat the S&P 500. And then once you can beat the S&P 500, the paid tier is going to have real-time paper trading with fake money, so that you can apply everything you learned. And when each time you make I mean, it's called paper trading, but it'd be more for investing. So each time you make it a buy or a sell, it'll log it into an automatic journal entry. And after you get, maybe like 5 to 10 different entries in your journal from like buys and sells that you make, the journal will know like, what the conditions were like when you bought it, when you sold it, and it will be able to start coaching you. And it'll be able to start telling like, why you're making mistakes, why you're doing things right. And the coaching will be like professional coaching that right now would be like, like maybe $1,000 a month. So does it teach layer 2 and layer 3 too? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by layer 2 and layer 3. Um, but yeah, so ultimately, what I want to do with like another feature is most requests I got right now, people are wondering about like investment or trading bots. So, oh, the order book. Um, no, I did not include anything in the order book. I did do an app. Uh, I did do an app for an order book. So, like in YouTube, it looks like you're on Twitch, but in the YouTube description, it shows all the MVP apps I made for phase one. And one of those is an order book. And I made it like a special order book. So, like, it identifies what part of the order book is likely bots, like trading bots. Because those things are just like messing up the order book for what's real orders and stuff like that. So that might be a good idea to add order book stuff. But yeah, definitely. The Investipath, like the main hub that I'm making right now, is not live yet. But all the MVPs that I made, those are all you should be able to access those live on the links. And essentially, this main project is kind of like a mix of those, just making it a lot better and everything. But yeah, right now doing the debugging for this game, I guess you could call it. But yeah, what I've found with AI is really good at building some things and really bad at building others, and this one is pretty bad at understanding like the logic, how it should work in real life, stuff like that. So I got to go through and manually fix the bugs. And what I've learned on this is that's pretty common. It sounds like most development is like 20% of the time building something and 80% of the time is spent like making sure the bugs are, yep, making sure the bugs aren't there. So what is good, Aaron? Everything is good here. First day mountain biking of the year. Feeling pretty good like I should. And yeah, it's not so good at embedded, but very good for frameworking. And also too, I'm learning like the more bugs that I find and fix, as long as I do it like, as I'm making it, like not wait till the end and then go find all the bugs. Like I'm doing level one, finding the bugs to that, then doing level 2, finding the bugs. It kind of updates and it makes it so each level um should be less bugs basically. But each level is a little different, so it's got its own different scenarios with bugs and stuff. Um, Looks like we just did 3 different levels of fixing that one problem, thinking it's a good time to audit. And yeah, that is a really good way. Like even though it's kind of like boring and I'd rather be building, I'm learning so much doing this, and it helped me like it's speeding up the process like 10x because I installed Playwright MCP. So Playwright's going through and it's like testing the levels for me. So like I'll find a one bug and then I'll like give it a prompt like, I just found this specific bug. Go back or forward or whatever and check for this specific instance in the rest of the game. And you can see right here in the file explorer, a lot of these like purple icons are all screenshots from Playwright that it's sending to Claude. So Claude knows exactly like where to make the fix. Um, I bet ramping into a new language before AI was painfully slow. Oh, I bet. I feel like I got into this game at the right time. Um, Sounded like before I came, it was mostly copying and pasting code. And since it's been like not even 2 months since I started vibe coding, I've seen so many awesome improvements and updates. Like it's just gotten so much better and better, and that's only been like a month or two. So I can only imagine within the next like 6 months how much better this is gonna get. Um, yeah, that's awesome. It sounds like the tide is changing. It sounds like people in their work environments, like they were like advised not to use this. Like they still had to do everything by hand. But as it's getting better, it sounds like things are changing and people are understanding that it's maybe not everything is better to do it like this, but for a lot of things, like it's way faster and can even be more accurate to actually use like vibe coding and code. And also too, now that the Stitch, I don't know if you heard of Stitch with Google, they made updates, so now you can like vibe code the UI. So you can just like tell Stitch like here's my idea, create like 5 different design ideas for that. Find the best idea and be like, I like this design, but make these like buttons more translucent and make them like different color, and it'll just go and make the changes just like that. Yeah, dude, check out Google Stitch. It's free, and it's pretty easy to figure out. And then you can just like vibe code the UI, and I did that first step for this project. So I made this UI. I went through probably like 20 different design ideas and like zeroed it into how I liked it. And maybe I'll change it more later too, but yeah, it's really awesome. And then it just Stitch gives me like a whole thing of documents to transfer over to Claude. Like the design MD is like the main one. But yeah, I can go back to trying to find some more bugs now. So see that it fixed the last few. It was on level 7. Yeah, you're saying the UI looks like your personal site. Um, yeah, I'm wondering since Stitch is new and I didn't like, this is really like the first UI I made that wasn't just like an MVP, that it was like the generic AI, I guess AI slop that it gave me. I probably could have done like gone more into detail to make it more different, but that's good to know that this is still kind of like, similar to a lot of other things, and I could still put more work into it to make the UI so it's like more unique. Just found another bug. Like right here, the stock is not trading sideways. Stock is clearly in a downtrend, but the question says the stock has been trading sideways for weeks. The Bollinger Bands are flat. No, they're not flat. So, okay, let's take a screenshot. All right, I'm thinking doing one last fix before I do the audit. Basically, I just found level 7, scenario 4 out of 10. The question says the stock has been trading sideways for weeks, and the Bollinger Bands are flat. However, the stock is clearly in a downtrend that it's been in like the entirety of the chart, and to me, it does not look like the Bollinger Bands are flat. So I'm gonna paste a screenshot here, and let me know what you think, and if I should have a prompt, please create it. So yeah, definitely Gemini helped me a ton because I wouldn't have like explained that to Claude, right? Saying to like, do something where it can actually like check the overall trend. Because Claude, when it designed this, it must just be looking at like the most recent candles, but when it's asking certain questions, it's not taking into account the trend of what's going on. So um that question was just like totally out of whack, and it's because it didn't understand probably that the trend is your friend until the end, and that's really like you know Claude's kind of looking at it like that. But like as an investor, you want to look at the big picture and you want to zoom out. Be right back. Yeah, so much abundance in investing. So like, it's always like an opportunity. The media's always got people thinking like, they're about to miss out on something big. They better buy now. Everything, or like, the opposite. Everything's crashing. They better sell. Everything's like, gonna keep going down forever. But there's no reason to be stressed out. There's no reason to have fear and doubt. The best thing to do is just stay true to the plan. And if you miss something, just wait for the next one and just make sure it's all fun because like even in a bear market, there's still gonna be even in a market where like even like right now like the Dow and the S&P are going down. There's still stocks that are going up, and you can still find them. So like while most people are like worried that the overall market's gonna drop because everything's in a ETF and stuff like that, when you actually do this and you start to get good at it, you don't have to worry. When everyone else is like, oh my God, my 401k, the stocks are crashing, everything's going down. It's like, well, not for me, because I know what to see. Right, so it looks like new files modified. Here we go. Just need to do another Codex audit for sure. Um, okay, I ran the fix. I'm ready to do another Codex audit from the logicaudit.txt. And from what I can see, that file already has the old information from like the last times I ran it. So, what do you think is the process to make sure after I run an audit, or like even before I run an audit, that it deletes everything? Do I just have to manually delete it, and then I like run a prompt to PowerShell terminal to read it for what's new, and then give that to Codex? Is that pretty much everything? And then I'm through. Let me know what to do. Don't have to manually delete the file every time. That's awesome. The PowerShell command has a built-in override feature that makes this much easier. So it's just a different command I gotta give it. Make sure I go in the non-Claude terminal. So that should update it. Looks at everything I've changed since the last git commit. Ignores the images, empties the logic audit text, and writes only the newest fixes. Open that up and copy it. Codex seal of approval. Go to Codex, give it this prompt. So Codex is running an audit off the last few changes I made. Last one was a pass with no errors, so it'd be cool if this one was too. Save me a step from something I don't have to do. Yeah, just looking at like trades, like I've been getting in like almost every day, except for maybe like the weekends, like one good trade. And like I'm like, dude, I could just sit there and like make trading my like main profession and just like watch the chart all day and like set all these alerts and be like ready to stop whatever I'm doing every time that goes off. But like, that's not how I want to spend my life. I'd rather just like when I have free time, just go take a look at the chart, and if it looks good, make a trade. If not, just wait. And like, even then, I can check the chart just a couple times a day for like 2 seconds and see. And usually I can find a good spot to get in. And um, the way crypto's been going, there has not been any swing trades that have been like longer than like a day or two. It's just been floating around at the same range. But I mean, just the fact that Bitcoin's been at for the last like 2 months, um, been really trading around the same range, and I've managed to honestly make like um about, I'd say, like 500% in the last 2 months on like basically on like what I've been my account for that account. I mean, that's a lot right there, and that's like I've definitely had some losses, but they've been really small. The better I get, the smaller my losses get. The less I chase losses, stuff like that. Okay, so I got a pass. No repairs required. That's awesome. Now I can go into PowerShell, do the push. I'll double check the GitHub. Got some nows, so yeah, that went through. All right, now I'm thinking definitely do another playthrough on the game. I can't imagine I got all of them. I don't even think I played 9 yet. Yeah, I haven't even played 9 yet. Says the MACD is flashing a single. No, it's not. Must be looking at it back here. Okay. Found one right away. Yeah, I like the progress I'm making. Definitely still more bugs to find. But hey, that's okay because I keep learning. So, anyways, scenario 1 of 11 for level 8. First one I tried. Um, Looks like I found a pretty big bug. Basically, I'm going to attach a screenshot, but the question says the MACD indicator is flashing a signal. Look at how the blue and the orange lines interact. What's your read? And it doesn't seem to be making any signal to me. It seems like it did about a month ago, according to this chart. So I'm guessing it's just like not looking at the right time on the chart where it made its question base. But yeah, let me know what you think from the screenshot. Let me know if you are confused about anything. Maybe I just didn't explain it well enough, but I will attach that and let me know what you think. So I did the audit before I found this. The audit, forgot to tell you, it didn't find any problems, so I just like went forward. And yeah, that was as far as level 8. The rest of it, that was the very first question I got to on level 8, and yeah, big bug there. So hopefully it goes through and fixes it also with level 9 too. And basically, from what you're telling me, like all these fixes that it's making, like when it does level 10, it shouldn't make these same mistakes again. Is that what you're saying? Exactly. The magic of how we're building this. When Claude builds level 10, it isn't writing new code from scratch, it's acting like a DJ remixing. It's the remix, the best part of levels 1 through 9. Because I forced it to fix the RSI math, the Bollinger trend slope, and now the MACD signal timing. Those clean rules are now a part of the game's DNA. Alright, okay. Coming through with the vibe coding thing. Peace and love is all I bring. My level 10 should be bug free out the gate. Level 10 pulls from the same historical library that we just surgically sliced. If the MACD signal is fixed on the library for level 8, stays fixed on the same clip appears in level 10. So shared library, learn constraints. Claude now knows that you're an expert who catches off by 1 bar errors. It's in its internal memory for the session. It has a rulebook that says don't show the future, don't lie about the RSI, and make sure the signal is at the hard right edge. Level 10 is essentially a random selection of the scenarios I've already verified. It's the ultimate test of the work I just did. Yeah, so level 10 is basically, from what I understand, like, putting everything together. So I haven't made it yet, but hopefully, I don't even, thought I did level 9 already. I think I just haven't played it through. Yeah, I remember that was like the first thing I did today was build level 9. Still way more bugs to go through, so that's what I do. Um, since I've already ran the audit and the push, just like Claude finished level 8 9 MACD signal sync. Then refresh the browser, open level 8 scenario 1, and just keep looking for bugs. Yo, what is up, Kai? Big up yourself every time. You're large. Massive respect. Good to see you again. So today, almost done with this, getting the bugs squashed out, using the Playwright MCP to make things more easily for me. So, I'm finding 1 bug and I'm having Playwright go through and look for the same bug in other levels, and that's what it does. So yeah, it's really awesome because it's saving me so much time, especially when a lot of these bugs are like super simple and super easy to find, but it's just super annoying to like fix them one at a time. So yeah, it's awesome that like each time I go to fix something, it's catching like 5 or 6 more bugs, and yeah, just making sure. I want this to be like legit good. I don't want it to be like leading anybody in the wrong direction. A lot of beginner investors wouldn't know that, the information wouldn't be right if it was wrong. So, like, they wouldn't be able to catch it and they'd just be like learning bad habits from the start. So, I want to make sure this is like really good. And I'm hoping the other features that I build here will not be this difficult. I don't think they will. I think this was just something that I had no idea it was going to be so many bugs that it would be this difficult. But yeah, learning a ton, making progress. How about you, man? How you doing? Making some progress on the what you're pursuing? Sounds like, I think you were last talking about you're doing that education app still. But yeah, whatever pays the bills. So it's good to know that we're building great things from the start. So yeah, SMA, MACD agree, RSI doesn't. And like yeah, like we were saying before too, like this is all in the free tier. So like the free tier, it should be able to like get anybody in like record time to learn this stuff first with this what did I call this part of it? The investor's edge. So maybe I'm thinking that's not the best name because it's like more of a game and that doesn't really imply that. But yeah, this would be make more sense to be first to like, level one, read the chart. Then the other levels start applying different indicators, and the higher levels are like stacking indicators on top of each other. And then one from there, it makes sense to go to the time machine, and that's free too. So people can try beating the S&P 500 from random years in the stock market. And once that's something they can do, then yeah, if they want to, they can basically go on to the paid tier, which I think is like just having that coach in there alone, because like that AI coach, I mean, I feel like it's going to have the same value as a real coach that's going to be like, maybe $1,000 a month, to where this is going to be like $10 to $20 a month. And I'm starting to notice that on other random like websites too. They're all starting to like implement like, like AI, not really coaching, but maybe like you can search something on the site with AI. But to me, that's like super basic. And I'm guessing because like a lot of these big corporations, they just run so slow. They gotta like get their ideas going through like all different departments and get them like signed off. And we are one person teams, and we can just have the dream and the vision, and then just go build and fulfill. And we can have a whole system or a whole tool built by the time it takes them to even like approve the idea of building it. And then they gotta like get the budget to pay all their engineers and prove that, and then get it down. Yeah, it's just our speed right now compared to corporations is just like on a more advanced station. So all right, we found. Awesome. So it should have made the fix. I'm gonna go back into the browser and see. But did not make the fix. Well, if it did make the fix, it's like the exact same problem. I'm gonna take a screenshot, give this to Gemini, and then give also Gemini like what Claude told me it did to fix it. Be like, hey, well, how come you didn't fix it? All right. All right. So it said it did the fix. I went back to level 8, scenario 1. It's like a different question, but it's the exact same problem as before. Um, so like if it did the fix, it didn't catch it or here. I'm going to also copy and paste what Claude told me it did for the fix and everything, and then let me know what you think, because yeah, it's definitely like first question, same problem. Claude showed me a table of how it fixed the logic, the generation, but in the screenshot, the result, the integration is still wrong. Crossover in the new screenshot happened about 5 to 7 bars ago. The blue line is already high above the orange line. It's the aftermath again. Why Claude's fix passed on its own test but failed mine. Claude modified the generator, the math that makes new charts. However, level 8 might still be using old cached data or predefined scenarios that weren't overwritten by the new math. It's likely updating a recipe but still eating the cookies I baked yesterday. Need to stop Claude from just tweaking the math and force it to verify the actual pixels I am seeing. Alright, hopefully this time it works. Because every other one worked. This is the only one where it's like, it said it fixed it and then it was still a problem. So, someone from the comments was asking me if I have anything in this game about order book, and I don't. But like I'm wondering if like order book is something I should be adding to this InvestaPath hub. I'm thinking that order book is not really that important for beginner investors, but let me know what you think. I want to do some more teachings from master teachers on, like abundance mindset. That's kind of what I call it, but I feel like, it's more than that. But anyways, want to look at Ramana Maharshi, and I want to look at let me know like bullet point like his main teachings in regards to like what I've already been covering. I feel like a lot of this stuff comes from people like him. They're just, a different part of the world and different generation, but yeah, I want to see how it all ties in. That's the bug. So a lot of modern abundance teaching is essentially Ramana's non-dual wisdom filtered through Western self-help language. Here's how his teachings map to everything I've been studying. Talks about who am I, self-inquiry. The entire foundation of this man's teaching is one question: who am I? Taught that if you trace every thought, desire, and fear back to its source, you arrive at pure awareness, your true self. This is the root of Neville Goddard's I Am teaching. When Neville says I Am is the name of God, he's pointing to exactly what Ramana meant, that your fundamental sense of being is the creative power of the universe. The self is all there is. Taught that there's only one consciousness and you are it. There's no separate you trying to attract abundance from an outside universe. You are the universe experiencing itself. This is the deeper truth behind you create your own reality. It's not that a small human is manipulating cosmic forces, it's that there was never a separation to begin with. The ego is a false identity. What you think of as you, your name, your story, your problems is a mental construction. Brahmana called the I thought. It's the first thought that arises in every other thought, including lack, limitation, and fear. Hangs off of it. Wayne Dyer's ego definition comes directly from this insight. Just noticing the chat. That's awesome. Yeah. I'll check out your pictures for the new project in the Discord. Check it out soon. Definitely excited to see what you're building. And yeah, I feel like I do have one what do you call it, like free week trial left. And I'm not sure if you can use it because you've already used one. Someone else was saying before they couldn't because they've already used it. They couldn't get another one. But yeah, let me know. Cause yeah, man, I feel like you've been like posting like, more consistently than everybody else, and you've been here since day one, so yeah, man, it'd be cool to give you that last one for the month or whatever. So let me know if it's possible, and basically we'll see. So maybe even if there's a way around it, maybe like different email or something like that. But yeah, I'll just check the Discord right now, I guess, and then let's see. Also let me know what you think about the very last post for show your product. It's like, yeah, powered code review. Submit any public GitHub repository, get a comprehensive code review in seconds. From what I don't know too much about this stuff, but from what I did the research to before I tried it, I was like advised to be really careful that like there's like a high likelihood that this thing could like have bugs and stuff. So, let me know what you think. Like, does this look like something that is legit or or not, I guess. And it's crazy. It's already the end of March. Wow. Vibe coding is making the time fly. Okay, should have done a fix. The last thing. See what Gemini thinks. Alright, so Claude is saying that it did the fix. I'm going to paste what it did here. From what I understand, it looks like it fixed it, but yeah, just let me get a second review from you. Give me a summary of like what you're saying it did, if you think that it did everything right for the fix. Major technical victory. Claude didn't just tweak a number this time, it completely rewrote the logic to be aware of what the user sees. Claude's effectively built an automated auditor. The game now checks itself before it shows you a question to make sure the signal hasn't expired. Yeah, that looks right. It's way better. All right, level 8, scenario 5 of 11. Looks like the exact same problem again. I have attached a screenshot, but at least I was able to make it to level 5 without seeing this problem. Also, it seems like maybe it did something different with the charts. Before the charts seemed more realistic. Now they're going back to being just like, straight down or straight up with just like way more candles in a row of like red or green than anything I've ever seen. So let me know. Forgot to put it on the code. Starting to get late, but whoa. Starting to get late, but a few more changes I want to make. So I just gotta have faith that these bugs are getting less and less and harder to find, so I can use my mind knowing that I don't have to be doing this much longer, and I can make the InvestaPath financial hub get stronger. And I'm moving through what I do. So Ramana also says silence is the highest teaching. Silence is the highest teaching. He sat in silence and people experienced transformation just by being in his presence. He taught that the deepest truth cannot be communicated through concepts, it can only be experienced in stillness. This is the point of what many modern master teachers teach about quieting the mind. And the mind creates the world. The entire world you perceive is a projection of your mind, much like a dream. When the mind is still, the world as you know it dissolves into pure being. It's not just that imagination influences reality, it's that imagination is reality. Probably one of his greatest teachings as well is there is nothing to attain. This is where Ramana goes deeper than the manifestation teachers and more into the Tao, like we were talking about on the one of the other streams with I believe his name was Tofu from the audience. So basically, he taught that you already are everything you're seeking. The sense of lack that derives desire is itself the illusion. You don't need to attract abundance because your true nature is already infinite and complete. The Abraham Hicks concept of the vortex, where everything you want already exists, is a popularized version of this. Speaks of surrender of the personal will. This man taught two paths: self-inquiry, as I spoke of briefly before, and complete surrender to God or the self. Surrender means releasing the ego's belief that is the doer and allowing life to flow through you. This is the deepest version of what Shin called casting the burden and what Abraham calls the art of allowing. The three states of consciousness. Ramana pointed to waking, dreaming, and deep sleep as evidence that your true self is beyond all three. In deep sleep, there is no ego, no world, no problems, yet you still exist. That which persists through all three states is your real identity. The peace and wholeness you feel in deep sleep is actually your natural state. Thoughts are the only obstacle. Ramana didn't teach complex teachings. He said, suffering comes from identifying with thoughts. When a thought arises like, I'm poor, I'm sick, I'm afraid, and you believe it, you suffer. When you investigate who is having the thought loses its power. This is the purest form of what both Murphy and Proctor teach about subconscious reprogramming. But Ramana cuts even deeper by questioning the thinker itself. It's like the vibe coding of the mind. The world is not separate from you. He taught that trying to fix, improve, or change the external world without first knowing your own true nature is like trying to flatten the ground by covering the whole earth in leather. Instead, just wear shoes. Change your inner state and the world changes with you. Right, it said it did what it was supposed to do. So now I'm going to check to see if what it said is true. Sometimes it says it makes the fix, but it's only a few that actually work. All right, for level 8, scenario 2 of 11. The question is about you're checking the MACD before making a decision. The histogram bars are tiny and the lines are nearly touching. What does this tell you? And the first question is the stock is about to break out by now. Well, that is definitely not probability language. That is more like certainty language. I thought it already fixed this problem. Let me know why you think it's still having it, because you're saying, when I fix one thing, it should fix it for the future. But also give me the prompt to fix it, and to hopefully like go and check to make sure it's not doing this anywhere else in the game. Found one right away. Yeah, they say it regressed. It went back in time because it was so focused on working on that math and higher logic. But the goal is I want a user to feel like a professional analyst weighing odds, not a psychic predicting the future. It's a good way to put it. Yeah, I'm starting to yawn. Man, how is it? One more day left in March. Wow. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, I'm riding off some more wins. Basically, been doing a lot of fixes, getting the what do you call it? The MCP for Playwright. And every time I find an error, Playwright goes and finds like a bunch more that is the same error that I would have had to like manually done fixes for one at a time. So basically, I just found an error that is like going back. I was just fixing a bunch of high mass stuff, and then just something really simple to where it's like starting to be like it's supposed to be like more off probability and not certainty, and I'm finding certainty language. So it's saying it banned all the certainty language. It is banned. Uh, okay, we'll see. But yeah, I've definitely done So many bug squashing today, if that's the right word. Found a lot of bugs and fixed them. Got one more level left to build. Now it's going back to that chart that is looking not legit. What? Thought I already fixed this one. Okay. Yeah, I think this is gonna be the last fix. Getting tired, so. But yeah, this is a good one. I want answers in this one because I thought I already fixed this, so it's gonna be interesting what Gemini thinks. All right, scenario 3 of 11 for level 8. Looks like the exact same problem I fixed a while back. Also, scenario 1 of 11, the chart was just going straight up and it did not look realistic. I took a screenshot of the scenario 3 of 11, and basically the problem is like the stock price is going up. The MACD just is like crossing over from bullish to bearish. But the question says the stock has been declining. The MACD looked like it might cross bullish, but the blue line is now turning back down below the orange line. What's your read? So yeah, that is true though. The blue line is now turning back down towards the orange line. It looks like it's just crossing, but it hasn't like, finished the cross yet. But either way, like I thought, seems like a lot of things I fixed are like starting to come back. So I know you were telling me like, this shouldn't be happening, but it is, and now like twice in a row. So hopefully you could tell me something that I need to know as to why this is doing this and even better how to fix it. Yeah, it's fixing the bugs is definitely I had no idea this was the majority of the work for vibe coding, but I mean it's totally worth it. Like I'd rather have it be right than wrong. Um and it's also like job security. Like it doesn't make it so easy for someone to go and copy what I'm doing because they don't understand all the bugs and everything I've fixed, and they'd have to do the same. And unless they know it the same way I do, yeah, they can't work. They can't beat my hustle. Powered by wanting to get it done, even though this part is probably the least fun. Okay, I totally understand the frustration. Feels like you're trying to fill a bucket that has 10 different holes in it. You plug one and the other one starts leaking again. Pretty much. Here's the honest reason why these bugs are coming back. When we asked Claude to fix the MACD signal latency, it had to change the way the charts are generated and sliced. In that massive process, it regenerated many scenarios. Okay, so it focused too much on making the MACD lines touch at the edge that it let the price action and the text drift out of sync. Successfully made the MACD lines turn back down, as the text says, but it actually gave you a bullish price chart to do it. So I see. Like it looks like it definitely fixed the problem with the MACD lines crossing, even though like right here, like it's they're more like overlapping and not crossing, and that's not really the best signal. But that's like I get it. I see how like fixing one thing can break another thing. We need to stop doing one-off fixes. We need to give Claude a prompt that forces it to treat the price indicator and text as a single unit that must always match. This back and forth is the hardest part of AI development. It's called optimization. Essentially training the AI to understand that in a trading app you can't have a bearish indicator on a bullish chart. Um, let's say, and also like try not to push to GitHub until the level feels solid. Like Claude run this triple check protocol. Yeah, I mean just live and learn, and every problem has a solution, and just keep learning from the problems and have a way better idea of how this works. I guess when I asked Gemini if there's anything I could have done differently from the start or next time to like avoid these kind of like, problems causing more problems. So just kind of like for my own peace of mind, is there anything you think I could have done better from the start of like, doing all these fixes to make the process better? I'm wondering about in the future, because it seems like certain fixes cause more bugs and like break things that were already fixed. And yeah, I'm just wondering some advice on that part, or is that just kind of like a necessity of part of vibe coding? You just have to keep doing that until you get it right. One step forward, two steps back. Regression is the number one hurdle in vibe coding. Didn't do anything wrong, hitting a natural limit of how much info AI can juggle at once. So yeah, that makes sense. When I'm fixing things like math, um, the text is the anchor. Do not change a single word of the question. Only change the math chart to fit the existing text. That's right. It was like it automatically wanted to change some of the wording to fit with its new changes, so that probably is what caused it. So I got to make sure. I think maybe these prompts is just giving it too much to do at one time. AI is better at copying a masterpiece than inventing 10 masterpieces at once. So the best thing I could do is like after I got level 7 fixed right, like level 7 is now our gold standard. Use the exact same logic, noise settings, and probability language from level 7 to fix level 8. also before you apply a fix and I have a better understanding of what is all involved in that fix, then I can say like, does this change the options text? Does it change the noise levels? If yes, stop and ask me first to like just focus on that fix. So yeah, so I was like, this is just something, and mainly being this, each level gets more complex, so it's like balancing like so many different things. So these later levels are much more difficult. Hmm. Right, it says it did the fix and it was completed. Also, I noticed those last few prompts I gave it to make fixes did not include anything about having Playwright go and check to find other instances. Seems like Claude just kind of did it on its own. Let me know what you think about like that. Do you think it would have helped have Playwright involved? Yeah, so I was right. Having Playwright involved is exactly what we needed to stop these regressions. Claude alone is an author writing a book. Claude plus Playwright is an author with a professional fact checker. So yeah, I'm gonna give it this prompt. So it's like always use Playwright when I notice like a fix or a bug. Gemini just kind of stopped doing that. Also, what do you think? I've been using Gemini, for prompts, and you give some detailed prompts. I'm wondering, what if I just went into Claude for each fix and just explain like the one problem at a time without all the extra stuff that you're adding, and then like told it to have Playwright double check. Do you think that might change anything, or do you think the extra context you're adding is helping? So if you're just tuning in, I have been running back and forth with these bug fixes, and fixing some bugs have caused other bug fixes to like I'll fix one thing and then 10 bugs later I fix another bug and then it like reverts to like the old problem. Um, I noticed that my prompts, last few prompts I forgot to have it do the playwright to do the double checks, and that seemed to be a problem. So now I'm making sure that I add in the playwright thing every single time. And just this last one, I noticed I forgot, so I just added, do the last fix again. This time use playwright to check for anything else, and sure enough, it found a few scenarios and a few more bugs of that same thing right away. Also, I think I want to just like kind of play around more with how much information I'm giving it on these fixes. I feel like, I've been giving it maybe too much information. So I'm going to try to find like a sweet spot of like, do I give it minimal information? Do I give it extra information to make sure it like it's remembering the context of what I'm doing in general? Cause that seems to be maybe like too much, that it's like, trying to change a few things. And I think I'm gonna start doing like just the simplest prompts and try that. And just this is exactly where the problem is. This is exactly what the problem is, and I want you to use Playwright to see if you can find any more problems like it and then fix them all. And I think I'm going to keep it simple like that. So I'm going to, even though it's late and I'm kind of tired, I think I might try that with just like one more fix. And yeah, like I really want to get through this and not start up a new day having to do more bugs. But I mean, I still have to build level 10. So yeah, it's just gonna be necessary. But I mean, I've learned so much doing this. This is making me way better vibe coder. Like it was saying, it's like sounds like vibe coding and coding in general is just like 20% doing the build and 80% fixing bugs. So I mean, I guess that's just a part of it. And certain things I built in the past, it was like there were no bugs at all. And something like this, I'm finding it's because it's more complex. Um, there's more bugs. So what can I do but just have a better understanding of how this all works? Keep using that Playwright because that's helping a ton. Playwright is like the auditing, just like, man, tenfold. Just finding all the errors, like goes from me finding one error, fixing one error at a time, to me finding one error, telling Playwright to check for that same error across the entire thing. So yeah, but I got to be careful because sometimes when I give it like a prompt, um, it will maybe change something else to, you know, it'll find the fix and it'll be like, oh, I should also try to change this other thing to like make it better. And then when it changes that other thing, it might have changed something that was supposed to be there from an earlier fix. So yeah, I'm learning a ton doing these fixes, even though they're like boring and annoying, and I'd much rather be building. But I mean, I want to build something that's right. I want to build something that's professional. I want to make sure that like everything I do is like right and legit, and especially because this is going to be for beginner investors. They wouldn't know that if something was wrong, they wouldn't know. And like if I wasn't investing as long as I have been, I wouldn't know like to find these bugs. Most of these bugs are problems that I wouldn't know if I didn't have that background information. So this is really helping me understand like what I'm capable of building in the future, and not trying to build stuff that I really don't understand. Um, like a lot of people I see out here on the internet, they're just like showing you tools where you can like copy a website and copy a tool and just like make your own version of it. But I'm starting to understand like, that sounds really good, but in actual practice, if you're doing that, uh, you're probably not going to know what to check for like the original. So yeah, trying to build my own tools, trying to build my knowledge base. Um, it's been an interesting day. What can I say? Learned a ton, even though it wasn't so much fun, but hey, I'm making progress. And that's the object, that's the vision. So I want to get done with this so I can put it out and start marketing it and start running traffic to it. I was totally thinking, I was like, all right, I know how to build this now. I should have it done by like, at the end of last weekend. Thinking like today I would have had the whole thing done, but yeah, all these bugs are like not what I expected. But that's fine. I didn't know. Everything I built before was like simple MVPs. So really like, I wouldn't have found bugs like this. And it's like it's found a few things. It's like checking kind of like bullish first, then bearish scenarios. So running Playwright, which is what I want. But yeah, I feel like in the future, this would totally be something I would want to outsource. Uh, Knowing how long it's going to take to fix bugs on this stuff, I would definitely want to hire somebody to do this. And but then I'd have to find somebody I could hire that understands finance the way I do and investing. So that might be a little bit difficult, but I mean, it's all good. It'd be better than me spending so much time with this one. I just want to keep building. I want to keep focused on the CEO tasks, get to the marketing and build out the business systems and start running traffic to it and learning what the traffic likes and then just go from there. Staying aware at the same time, even though the tiredness is starting to affect my mind, got me yawning. Still new agents I'm spawning to get this done, and then I can run on to the next thing. So, ready for the next test or level 10. So I'm going to check it out. See if I can build this level right from the start. Okay, they got that right before there wasn't crossing yet. Okay. Oh man, like I already fixed this problem. I know. I'm gonna try it the different way now for sure. Alright, last fix of the night and got level 8 scenario 2 of 11. So I'm gonna try it just directly into Claude this time. And these charts don't look right either, like they regressed on the charts too. Level 8, the momentum wave, scenario 211. On level 8, scenario 2 of 11, the question is talking about how the crossover, the bearish crossover just happened. I clicked the wrong answer because it misled me with the questioning. And on the answer, it's saying I was wrong because a bearish crossover just happened. But the bearish crossover happened like way in the past from the chart. I thought we fixed this problem already. I want you to fix this problem and then use Playwright to find any similar problems where what it's saying is something that happened in the past and not what's currently happening. Okay, so I'm going to see what this is, like how it's different if I'm just talking directly to Claude, not getting these like detailed prompts from Gemini. All right, so yeah, it did that. It said it did that fix right. I went back into refreshed it, went back into the level 8, and it seems like it regressed on like everything. Like the charts are looking like super unrealistic where they just go like straight up and straight down. It says that, you know, there was just a bearish cross, but the bearish cross happened like over a month before where it's showing on the chart. So I tried your advice and I went into Claude and I gave it like, you know, the new prompt style, just making it super simple. But basically like this is you know, this is starting to seem never ending. Like you were telling me as I fixed more bugs it would get easier, and it's basically like I'm fixing these bugs and it's just breaking things and sending it right back to how it used to be. So yeah, let me know what you think. This seems to be something that I need to try something else to fix this, and hopefully you know, with these more simple prompts it'll work, but I won't know for a few more prompts. But let me know if there's anything else you think I could be doing that's like stopping this, because it seems like, you know, it just must be like too much information for it or something. Like this is, maybe this game is just too complex. Let me know what you think. Wow, yeah. Getting okay, so Gemini is like the game isn't too complex, but the generator might be. Every time Claude tries to fix the MACD signal timing, it is overriding the chart generation logic. It's like trying to tune a guitar. We're tuning one peg, accidentally loses all the others. Simple prompts aren't working, the AI keeps regressing. We need to change how the code is written, not just the prompts. We need to hard code the rules so the AI can't break them. Create a new file called tradingrules.ts. Inside, hard code a global config object that says noise, min signal bars, and max signal bars. Force inheritance, modify the generators in data.ts to import these constraints. Do not let the generators use their own random numbers anymore. They must follow the global config. This sounds like what needs to be done. Um, yeah, so I think that's a good way to end it, is to get those new rules put in there. And basically I get those new rules in, and then when I come back tomorrow and I start making these fixes, I'm hoping it before Claude was imagining what a chart should look like every time. Now Claude has to follow a law written in a separate file. Even if it gets confused, it can't change the noise level because it's locked in trading rules. So this is good to know. Like I just, you know, I was kind of going and catching it right away when it got into a loop. And now I know if this happens that I need to, I can tell like if one thing's breaking another thing over and over, then those things should be like written as rules so they don't change, so that like Claude never changes that part of code, of the code. So yeah, when it's done doing this step right here, I'll switch it back to Claude real quick because Claude is running. Yeah, so when it finishes this step, I'm going to give it those new rules. And hopefully that will make a big difference. Yeah, I think just for the sake of progress too, um, might just start building out more of this app and then just come back to this part to fix the bugs because I just want to build out more and get onto something else and feel like this is holding me up, but yeah, it's not a big deal. Really at the end of the day, you know, I should have this whole thing done in like, I'm hoping by the end of the week. So that's like maybe 2 to 3 weeks of work to get this whole thing done to where it's like at least the first paid and free tier. And then I can go from there. So just got to be aware of what it's doing so that I'm not causing more problems when I fix problems. But yeah, I mean, this is a lot of learning. Taking a lot more screenshots while Playwright's moving through. Looks like we got a new project in the Discord. Oh, this is cool right here. I can tell already. Got chains. Oh wow. It allows users to edit in-game GTA files, and this application can be used when in the process of making a game asset, such as chains, clothes, and many other assets. This will be a useful product in the development of in-game assets. Used many different software such as Open4 and CodeWalker, which are also in-game editors, but they are outdated, and some owners of those applications are not updating with, or which and then entails crashing and many other bugs. With your application, you prioritize efficiency and connection with the community of many other creatives searching for products to make their designing work faster. Yeah, it sounds like this is the main, not just me, this is like the main thing that vibe coders and designers are facing right now is like, fixing these bugs and then it crashes other things. So, um, finding the way around this. And hopefully when I give it this, hopefully once I give it this prompt I can see the things that are breaking when I'm fixing certain things to keep those as like constants so that they don't change them when they make changes, that everything will start flowing. And if it wasn't for having these issues, I wouldn't be knowing to even try to do that. And and uh gotta stop saying before I was like focused on stop saying like all the time, and now gotta stop saying and but become more aware of how I talk. So you're getting looking at the comments, you're getting clients and feedback from people in the design community. Oh, that's awesome, man. What are like the main places you're going to connect with this community? Um, yeah, I'd like to check out some of those platforms too, integrated into what I do, to see what things they want you to add, etc. Yeah, that's very smart. I bet for GTA there's a massive amount of people that are playing that game, and you can get a lot of good advice from them. So yeah, this just like I would want to be going into investment communities and be asking them, like what do they want to see, stuff like that. But yeah, I want to build out the base of this first, and then that'll be part of like the marketing. Oh yeah, Discord. I bet there's a ton of good channels on Discord for investment too. Yeah, that's all gonna be for like for marketing, because I've already got like the vision of how this is gonna go, and even though right now it's moving kind of slow, I feel like I know that when I get to the marketing part, I can just change things around based on what I found in those groups and discords, the Reddit, wherever I can find it. So is this something like if you're still there, Kai, is this something basically that like you'd be able to like connect to the game through like like I'm guessing this would be like a PlayStation, so like anybody would have the ability to make these changes themselves, and you could just like sell it like through the PlayStation, like it's kind of like an add-on. Yeah, that's the main thing too. Doing research to see what other people are trying to do, and then just make something better than that. Um, yeah, like I was saying before, like usually what I found is the people who have the biggest free tier seem to be the best. So, if you could have some like free things that, maybe there's like one or two chains that anybody could like implement for free. And then if they want to like customize the chain, then it's like cost a certain fee. That's probably how I would do it if it were me. But yeah, this one fix is maybe taking the longest so far. But yeah, I definitely want to give it. And yeah, what do you think of this idea? Because basically, what Gemini is saying is like, once I'm making, fixes and I'm finding that, like one fix kind of like breaks another thing that maybe I already fixed, and I start to see where the loop is going to like what it's like changing to make a fix and breaking, then I get an idea to make a constants file. So when it has that kind of like for right here, like I would say create a new file called trading rules and define the law inside, make like a permanent configuration that sets like, the charts, the minimum signal bars and maximum signal bars, the things that seem to keep changing whenever I make a fix that I have to like go back and change over and over. So it's saying like if I make this file that like sets those things to be like constants, that it should like, basically like stop it from breaking those things whenever I make a fix for something else. So other persons were telling you that when they used the other platforms, it was crashing. So you needed to validate that it's not just a problem with your setup. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it sounds like people were like running into problems that you weren't running into. So maybe their setup is different and that's why they're hitting those problems and you're not. But yeah, this is definitely fixing the problems part of vibe coding is like if anybody from Claude or any bots from Claude are doing research, like this is what I think would be the best fix. The best improvement to Claude is make it so when you're doing these bug fixes that it can remember like what it fixed, which it should, I would think, because I haven't had to refresh the context, so it should be remembering what I'm fixing, so that when I fix something else, it would know like, okay, I already fixed this. Don't change it back just to make this work. Find another way around it than fixing this back or changing it back to something that was already fixed. I did the giveaway for last week, but yeah, see, like that looks pretty cool. That's the coolest thing I've seen so far for this week. And somebody else was saying that basically like if you already used, like I tried to like I think like 2 weeks ago I tried to offer someone a free week and they said they couldn't take it because they already used the free week. So yeah, I don't know if that's the case for you, but there's probably a way around it with like a different email or something, I'm guessing. So yeah, I mean that's definitely the best thing I've seen so far. And I just didn't want to like give it to you 2 weeks in a row, but that's it's a different week now, and I've already given out one, so I definitely got one left, and I mean, like I said, by the end of the week, that's probably going to be the best. Like, that's pretty cool. So, yeah, I can definitely, I'd give you another one this week if you win it, which I would say right now you're definitely the winner. So, yeah, just make sure that you can use it again, because it sounds like might not be able to if you already used one, but I'm not sure. Dang, 18 minutes for this one fix. That's good to know. Yeah, all you need to do is create a new account. So, yeah, I'll definitely try to help you out with that. And remind me too. I got a lot I gotta do. So, um, yeah, just remind me like towards the end of the week about the free week. And yeah, I'd be surprised if anyone does anything better than that. But if they do, I'll let you know and then give you another chance to put something there. But yeah, I doubt it. Like you're probably good on that. So man, I just wish these feel like if this bug problem to where like it wasn't breaking other things when I fixed one thing, I'd already be done with this by now, I feel like. So I really hope this solves the problem with getting this constants file created. But I'll find out. And yeah, about that's all I can do is just try one thing at a time until I get it down. Yeah, I'm using GitHub. Um, accidentally pushed all these screenshots earlier to GitHub from Playwright. So I had to that was easy fix. I just had to put a .png rule and git ignore, and then I'll just have to like manually delete all these screenshots. So as you can see right now, the screenshots have filled up the entire thing. Yeah, I'm gonna check out that CodeRabbit thing right now for sure. Somebody from the comments just mentioned I should look into setting up CodeRabbit. Could you tell me what CodeRabbit is and how it might be useful to the project I'm working on right now? Gemini is saying the timing of that suggestion is almost perfect. It's designed specifically to solve the regression loop I'm currently stuck in. Respect every time, man. That's awesome. Think of CodeRabbit as an AI senior developer that sits on top of the GitHub. When me and Claude are vibe coding, writing the features, CodeRabbit is the grumpy auditor who reviews every line of code before it gets merged into the main project. So like as soon as I ran git push, CodeRabbit would scan the changes. It would comment directly on the code. Wait, you previously set noise to 0.4, but this new update changed it to 0.1. This looks like a regression, please fix. So it understands the intent of the code. It would see that the MACD signal moved 20 bars away from the edge and warn me. The question text asks about a just flash signal, but the data ends 20 bars late. This is a mismatch. Setting it up requires configuring GitHub Actions and potentially a subscription. It's great for the maintenance phase, but while I'm in the heat of battle trying to get level 10 finished, might be too complex for today. Can get 80% of the benefit of CodeRabbit without installing anything. Just tell Claude. Just tell Claude, I want you to act as CodeRabbit. Before you save any file, compare the new code to the old code. If you see any noise, values decreasing, or the probability of language changing, just certainly stop and tell me. That's a good idea. So yeah, I'm going to do the, first I'm going to have it make that constants file. See if that helps at all. Then I will start out tomorrow with that having Claude act as CodeRabbit prompt with like a fresh context. But yeah, the main thing is I think that hopefully this constants file helps. Yeah, appreciate it, man, every time. And I'm looking at this stream like I can't believe it's already been like 7 hours. Like I'm definitely like I want to sit here and fix it until I get this game done. But man, this is no joke, man. I had no idea that fixing these bugs was so difficult, but like yeah, there's definitely like a lot of learning that comes with it, and it definitely makes it much more difficult for someone to like copy our projects, because you know, they'd have to like do all this fixing, and you know, because that was one of the main things I'm wondering. I'm like, dude, couldn't I just get this done, and then someone could just like be like, copy this project and make like, you know, a clone of this, and I'll just sell it. But sounds like it wouldn't be so easy from everything I've been dealing with. So you finding that Codex is not the best with UI, but with logic, it's good. Almost as good as Claude, and it's getting better. That's good to know. Yeah, I've still just been using Codex for audits, and Gemini I want to try too. But it sounds like Gemini is better for like an audit at the end and for UI. So like the main thing is like that stitch was like money. That stitch is huge for getting the UI looking better and being able to vibe it. And I'm gonna keep using Stitch for sure. Anthropic might be releasing a new project called Mythos. Interesting. I wonder what that's gonna do. It's gonna be expensive but insanely good. Like coding, like a different kind of like variation of Claude, maybe is what I'm thinking. I'm actually gonna just like look it up real quick. Better than their Opus model. Oh, okay. So it'll be better than Opus, but then they'll like charge extra. I don't know about that. I wish they would just like, I mean, I would probably pay it though. Like it'd probably be worth it if it stopped me from having to do all these fixes. Man, I would probably pay it, cause like just looking at the extra time it took me to like just get all these bugs and then like deal with fixing one bug and creating another one. That's the most annoying thing to me. So like if it could fix that, I would probably pay the extra. It'd be worth it. Okay, build passes. Um, What's up, Cody? Good to see you too. Respecting everything you do. And we got Pencil Dev. I think I heard of that one. Should also be good in place of Stitch. Looks promising, but didn't try yet. What's interesting is the integration and live visual works while you can manually edit as well. Okay. Yeah, manual edits. So that way you could at least make something that's like more like unique. Because even someone from the comments today saw the UI on the Invest Path hub I'm building, and they're like, dude, that looks exactly like the UI of my personal site. And I was like, oh man, yeah, I bet you this is like still, I didn't really like work with Stitch that much to like make something like, I probably could have like dialed it in better to make it more unique, but just learning as I go. So something tells me I could always like, update the UI later too, if that's something I wanted to do. But and that makes sense that it cost Anthropic a lot more to run like the bigger models, and so they have to charge more. I can see that. Yeah, from what I understand, Anthropic is making like billions of dollars in ARR already. So like people are definitely using this on like a mass scale. And it's probably, most of that money is probably not just coming from the regular $20 a month LLM. It's probably coming from like using the coding. Impeccable style. That sounds cool. I gotta check that one out. Write a note down for that one. So you think that Google Stitch is complete trash? And yeah, I wouldn't know because that's the only UI program I've used. But yeah, this still looks like pretty similar to like the stuff I was building without using any UI. Just maybe like a little bit better colors and stuff. So hopefully it's not that generic AI slop UI. That's kind of what it seems. And this is going to be a work in progress, so hopefully it's not too difficult to change the UI later. Even when I get it done, there's still going to be a lot I need to do to like move stuff around and find out what people want, what they don't want. Sitting here thinking like I could be building out this whole game right now, and I probably didn't do enough market research to know if this is what people actually want, but um, at least I'll learn from the process of doing it. And I think the best thing for me to do right now is like, since I could have done more market research, but since I didn't, the main thing, I just need to get this out there and send traffic to the actual hub, and then make sure I'm tracking that traffic. And yeah, hopefully people give me some advice on what they like and what they don't like. But I think just reading the analytics will be like the biggest part of it. Yeah. Oh yeah. So what's the game? This is a game for the investing. It's not trading related. It's I felt like it was a better starting point than just throwing people into that time machine I was building before. So like it starts on level 1 and is like just how to read a candlestick chart. Then level 2 would be like, candlestick chart patterns. And then it would be like add up a more, each level is like a different, from there, a different technical indicator, like 10 questions on like, how to understand it. And then like level 9, which I just did, and I just got to do level 10, are kind of like adding them all together. So I feel like this is more like a progression. Like, you know, complete beginners would start here and then they'd have enough info to go to the time machine. Because I think if I just threw beginners like straight into the time machine simulator for trying to beat the S&P 500, that they probably wouldn't do too well without this kind of background information. So that's why I'm creating this. This is all going to be part of the free tier with the time machine. Plan on making a few more features for the free tier, um, especially like the insider investors and the political investors, what they're buying and selling. And that might not even, like, that's probably not even a good tool for like beginner investors. But I think, or I know from all the apps I made, the MVPs, those got the most attention. Those got the most clicks, most people on them checking them out. So I have a feeling, you know, that can, and I can just like, you know, market to each different, like each piece of marketing will be like for like a different feature of the app. So I'll be able to tell like what marketing is getting more views and more engagement. And I just got to keep putting it out and keep doing the marketing. So, yeah. And I mean, like I hear you talking about like, you're seeing other projects and, they have the same homepage design. And, dude, that's a huge part of business. Like, so many times I've built something in business and like I swear I've like checked everywhere before I built it, like to see if that existed already. But yeah, it's like, especially now with anybody be able to use AI to build stuff, something tells me in a year or two things are going to get way more saturated with similar things. So I'll check Discord and for metrics. I think you meant, oh, okay, for yeah, for marketing. So I can see like where people are, you know, so one way is like with the marketing, like I'll make marketing content and I'll put it across different social media channels and just do organic marketing first. And then I'll do the organic marketing. So yeah, tracking user activity too. So first I'll do the organic marketing. I'll see like which posts about certain features, you know, get more likes and get more views and stuff like that. And I'll also hopefully be able to track, you know, have CTAs, call to actions on the different marketing parts. So then I'll be able to send people over from, I can be able to tell like what marketing is like more effective, like what pieces of marketing send people over. Um, then I'll also have like analytics wired in the site so I can see like how people are using the site. And I want to create some kind of like, you know, like an AI dashboard that's like a CRM, customer, I think relation management is what it's called. But basically, it will like track that for me, so I don't have to like manually go on there and check it every day. It could like, you know, check it once a day, give me like a summary of like, you know, where users are hanging out, where they're getting stuck, what's causing them to bounce, what's causing them to leave, what they're spending the most time on. And you know, once I can over time, I'll start with a bunch of features, and over time, you know, I can just like get rid of features that they don't like. Hopefully, I get more information, and then I can add other features that they might like. And then when I really dial it in and I find out like which organic marketing pieces work the best, I can take those same pieces of organic marketing, like social media posts basically, and repurpose them into paid ads. So like instead of like, you know, just testing a bunch of different paid ads and like, you know, spending money on ads that might not work, I want to get as much data as I can through organic marketing and through the analytics, the metrics. So so yeah, you call it social media marketing, content marketing. When people say organic, they usually mean Google SEO, or in more offline context, word of mouth, or people sharing the product on their own because it's shareable. Yeah, I hear you. Sometimes some people call that social media, and some people just refer to it all as like organic. But yeah, I totally hear what you're saying. Um, and yeah, I'll also do SEO too, and everything I can do with that. And really, I just want to like, I want to automate all of it. That's the main thing. Is like after I build the game, I want to automate it, because with business, like the most important part of business is making money, and the most important part of making money is marketing. And I understand marketing very well, so you know, I hope to be able to provide a lot of value with building that marketing stuff live, which is what I want to do when I finish this, and that's even helping motivate me to really stay locked in on this and get it done so I can start the marketing, because to me that's going to be a lot more fun. All right, so I got a trading rules.ts, and that should help a ton. Definitely need to do an audit now, so let's see. 100 messages today. All right, so now I have finished the trading rules.ts. Even though, like, you know, this is investing and this is trading, I don't think that should be a problem. But now I think I'm ready to do an audit on everything I just did. So walk me through that again. I'm not used to doing this this logic audit with Codex thing yet, so just walk me through that one more time. So yeah, welcome to the comments. My tech stack is basically Claude Code. Use a combination of terminal and chat window for plan mode. And I've got Codex, just doing Codex mainly for audits. I've got some, like, what would you call it, like image generation, like ideogram. Um, I don't know if you consider GitHub. I guess that's not really tech stack. Stitch, started using Stitch for the UI, but kind of coming to the conclusion that Stitch isn't really as good as I thought it was at first. Still kind of generic. I'll show you what the UI for this project I'm working on right now looks like. Yeah, it's still kind of generic. It's not refreshing, so my bad. Must because it's working on something in it. Yeah, just put in Playwright MCP for doing testing. Think what else? Try restart the dev server. Wondering if I gave it too much info and it's just getting slow or something. That's a good thing to try for Stitch. Take a screenshot, go to Stitch, iterate, then bring it back to the coding tool. And then I can just keep doing that. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do once I'm done. Think like I got the basics down, but like I would want to make it better. Oh, hey, what's up, ads? Good to see you every time. Um, Man, it's been fixing these bugs, man. This is something else. You know, fixed one bug and then like it would break other things and it just kept doing that, and decided I just made like kind of like a file that's, you know, I found the main things that kept breaking when it was fixing other bugs to keep certain things constant so it doesn't, like, you know, change something to fix one bug and then it changed something that was already, like, you know, fixed to fix a previous bug. And from fixing all these bugs, I was able to figure out like what kept changing. So yeah, it was kind of like a loop of bug fixing and hoping that I'm breaking it, and restarting the dev server. But yeah, definitely. Yeah. How about you? How you been? Working on or building anything new? I guess. I've been like, I feel like I've been stuck on this one part for too long, but I'm almost done. I'm like, I got one more level to build and then just get all the bugs out and then I can move on. And I'm hoping that the other stuff I'm building will not be so difficult, will not have so many bugs. But if they do, hopefully this constant file works better and I can just apply that in the future. And also the Playwright MCP is making it much easier to when I find one bug to go and find all the similar bugs that are like it. Playwright MCP server has disconnected. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm learning. I thought it was like, is this just me? But the nightmare for bugs debugging, from what it's saying, is like most builds are like for professionals is like 20% building and 80% debugging. So this is just a part of the game, I guess. And it's awesome to hear that you're always building. But yeah, this is definitely a lot of learning though, at least. Debugging hell, that's exactly what Gemini called it too, so that must be like an industry term. And yeah, I could only imagine debugging AI code is like another level, because if you're manually writing code, then like you're not changing stuff that you already changed and you already fixed. But AI doesn't remember that, doesn't know that, so it'll like change something that was already fixed to fix something else, and then it just turns into a loop. So what I'm hoping works is what I just tried is making a like a constant file to keep keep certain things constant. But also too, I'm knowing that like I've been at this for like, let's see, yeah, over 7 hours now tonight, and it's better to have like a fresh mind doing this stuff. So that's good to know. There's solutions to all these problems, but it does take a lot of factors. And when I noticed another comment, when I have repeat issues, I should have AI code automated tests that cover it. I want to look into that for sure. And if you know any more solutions too, definitely that would help. Let me know. I just want to do this audit real quick. Codex. Have a read about TDD, test-driven developments. It's writing a failing test first to prove the bug, then fix it, proven by the test, and the test stays with the code to forever prevent regressions. That's sounds exactly what I need. TDD, test-driven developments. Okay, so let's see, another suggestion I missed. 2 MCP servers will change the game. Context 7 with API key free and sequential thinking. Yeah, but I started using sequential thinking, then fresh conversation. Effort max, started doing that. So enter plan mode, audit the code. Force tool usage as a requirement for context 7 and sequential thinking. Once plan is done, audit fix, then execute plan. Okay. On testing, there are levels from unit test, integration test, end-to-end test, or like one perspective. You can have contact testing with a vendor, or 2 parts of the app, like front end versus back end. You can have a headless browser doing front end testing. There is Storybook for visualizing and testing front end components across states, inputs, and can test interactions like button presses. Contract testing. Okay. Yeah, a lot of stuff I need to try out and implement for sure. Because this to me is like the most important thing I can get fixed, because this is like my least favorite thing I'm doing for coding. So yeah, this is all helping so much, and I can't wait to try out these things. And I know like there's gotta be like easier way to do this, because manually is just like fix one thing to break another, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. And what you guys are saying make a ton of sense. So the AI tools can do the testing for me. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, the AI should do it. Like, I can just have Claude, like, tell Claude to, like, do that stuff, and it will do it. So, man, I wish I still had, like, more, like, I could probably still work for another, like, hour or two, but then I wouldn't get, I'm, like, tired. I need to make sure I get good sleep tonight. But yeah, you guys are super helpful, and, no, I don't know about CI pipelines, GitHub Actions. Yeah, there's so much more I gotta learn. I'll take that note down. CI pipelines. Not sure how deep I am with getting deployments. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I guess I'm still pretty early, like building like the I've only built, this is like, I'm almost done, I guess, building the second feature of probably like, I'm thinking around 10 or something like that. So do I have any deployment yet, or just on your machine currently? Oh no, I made a ton of deployments. I do a deployment like every like 3 or 4 changes that I make sure to do a deployment. So like right now I just did the audit. So I'll do this audit fixes, and then I'll do another deployment. All right, Codex just got done with the audit fix, so I'm gonna paste what they found, and then if there's anything that you think needs to be fixed, it looks like there is, just create a prompt for the fix. But yeah, definitely tomorrow I'm gonna do my research on this stuff. Yeah, for real, what a time, because I'm definitely not a programmer. this is all like news to me, and I can write cool apps. But honestly, like if it weren't for you guys, I would probably be like a week or two behind where I'm at right now. Cause like this information you guys are giving me, I would not know how to find it. Like I talk to like Gemini and different LLMs, and it's so easy for them to have me spinning in loops, and you guys always come through at the right time with the right information. So that saves me like so much time and so much like learning curve, makes it so much bigger. So um yeah, just doing this live stream is like, for me it's just like money, and I just hope that I can like help more people the way you guys helped me once I get better at this. So and plus, I mean, that's so awesome. This is all on live stream, so other people can just come on and see how you guys are helping me, and realize like the kind of things they need to be paying attention to, and like solving problems and stuff like that. Um, so personally, you only use Max on Claude and XI on Codex. Don't mind burning extra tokens, and the quality and depth of the work is much better on the highest effort option. Also, there's Codex 5.4 now. Yeah, I think I did try Codex 5.4. Basically, one of the things I noticed is that like, even though I put it on high for Claude, um, like doing certain things like plan mode, it'll like randomly just switch back to medium. So it sounds like what Gemini was saying was like it's programmed so that even though I turn it to high, it can't run high all the time. Maybe that's if that doesn't sound right to you, I guess let me know. But that's kind of what I was told, because I put it in high and then still it would say medium sometimes. But you've learned a lot from watching Twitch streams from the streamers and the viewers. Yeah, this is a really, really good community. Like everybody here is super helpful. Think we all want to see each other make like really awesome things, and we can like give each other access to the tools we're making, so like we can just all learn from each other. And I mean, that's really the way to go, and just stay in the flow. So before we'll be like pros, and we'll be setting all the trends. So right now is still, so like, even though right now I'm hitting these problems, it's like, dude, if I couldn't even build this stuff like a year ago. Like, this is just a part of the game. This is just a part of something I need to learn to get better. And for a little bit there, it started to feel like, oh man, like I got this down. I got this down. There's not really much more main things to learn. But what I'm learning is, as soon as I think of that, I'll get hit with some brand new problem I never even thought to think of, and then it's like there's a whole new set of tools I can learn to use and implement that will fix these problems. And I just gotta like keep going down that path, and just keep staying consistent and keep building. And I noticed yep, I have not had to compact this session so far. Max is per session. Oh, I think you're saying with like so for max, like each time I compact it, I have to re give it that command to go into max. You have the shortest sessions you can. When you hit 100,000 tokens, you're looking to end the conversation. That's good to know, because I've been hearing to refresh it once it hits about like 60% context. But I mean, if it makes more sense just to like keep things really short, to keep it like in a good spot to where it's not like hallucinating and making mistakes, then that's what I should do. Because yeah, this, I maybe have noticed it's like reverting back to more problems, like the more I've been in this same context window. So you notice even at like 20% it's bad. Okay, that's good to know, because yeah, Gemini is totally telling me like, the place I want to be is right around 40 to 50% where it works the best. But definitely Gemini is like not right all the time, and it's, you guys have given me way better accurate information than Gemini. So I'll try to take a note about like 10%, 100K context. Because I'm guessing basically if you're using 100K context, then you want to just make sure that like you're getting done with like a certain like feature that you're working on and not refresh the context like mid feature or something. That's kind of the main thing I've learned is like I've been told like if you refresh the context like in the middle of like a step of a build or something, then it's like bad, but you want to like try to refresh your context like in between steps, stuff like that. So then also need to learn to be the babysitter for it. That makes sense. Yeah, I've tried been doing that, but like so many things kept breaking, it makes it difficult. But I'm getting better at kind of like understanding when I spot a problem, I need to discuss what happened, why, how we can avoid it. Use the entire compliance system to manage this over time across all your projects. Like your main Gemini, you have a main Opus, then the project level Opus. So I don't really understand what you mean. Like you have two different like accounts then, or like just two different windows, and then you like talk to one window about like asking it questions, and then the other one's just for building. Um, Gemini does do well with long sessions, can fill the 1 million token with no issues, and the subscription is charged per call, not per token. Most models, your subscription is still limited per tokens. For planning mode is the only time you go with high context. You break plans into bite-sized chunks and then verify the work fully for that small section. That's what I should be doing for sure. Yeah, I definitely see that. Like each level I've been building, I should be like refreshing the context. Cause like it's been like I've been having it like, fix a bug in one level and then check the other levels for that same bug. But I should just be like building out one level, getting all the bugs fixed, building out another level, getting all the bugs fixed, and refreshing the context in between each one. Claude can help with splitting things into low risk changes. That's awesome. Yeah, because another thing I'm thinking, like, I could do all these, like, fixes and get everything, like, dialed in. And then, like, I go to refactor it or something, like, after I'm done with everything. And then it, like, breaks a bunch of things that I fixed. And then I'm, like, back to the same loop. But it all needs to be loop, plan, audit, fix, audit, fix. 3 to 6 audits, depending on complexity. And in one account, multiple terminals. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying then. So you have like one terminal for the questions and one terminal for the build. That's like one terminal for the fixes, I'm guessing, and then like, okay, that's something to write down for sure. Sitting down too long. All right. All right, so I got the audit I'm putting in right now for what I just found, and yeah, basically what it was telling me with this audit is that Codex did me a huge favor, and it found that a big reason that this loop was happening was Codex. Let's see. It says Claude was half-assing the rules. It imported the new files but kept the old hard-coded numbers hidden in the background, and it completely ignored the language strike. So I'm giving this audit prompt to bridge the gap between vibe and reality. I'm telling Codex just ran repairs, audit on the new architecture, and Claude missed several key hard coding requirements. The no excuses fixed list, probability law, add probability words constant to trading rules. So yeah, it sounds like this is the main reason why I was like breaking other things, is it wasn't really paying attention to this file that had the rules in it. So wow, this is definitely learning a lot. For how annoying it is this that's the most times I learn the most. Dang, you've been working on the same project for 8 years. That's gonna be something tells me that'll be an awesome project when it's done. Um, is there a generic niche or type of project or anything you want to do? Share? Is it a mobile app, a SaaS? Um, yeah, I definitely have more projects that I want to build too, and I feel like doing this one is gonna make each subsequent one after this like that much easier to build once I get like the system down, and that's really just gotta keep grinding away, and I'll get there. And yeah, it's really awesome to see like I'm definitely getting to a level where I'm understanding like there's so much more. Even a lot of the stuff from the comments I did not understand before. I had to like look up every single comment I got before with like LLM, and now I'm understanding like more than half, way more than half of what you guys are saying. So and yeah, I see that you're talking about their main project gives you the freedom to play with the AI and a good amount of freedom to do other things too. And it's like this main project right here is like, yeah, I'm learning so much from making mistakes on here that I can apply to the next one. So yeah, I just gotta be grateful for mistakes, for the learning process, and not find myself getting frustrated. Cause yeah, I can get sometimes I can easily get frustrated with technology, but just knowing like what is all the potential that this is all gonna turn out to just keeps me going. And let's see. I bet I'm pretty far in the context window too, but that's all good. I'm about to talk to Gemini. All right, so it just finished doing the audit prompt fix. I did not add the last part about doing the playwright test because right before I did the fix, I got a notice from Claude saying something about the MCP got disconnected for playwright. So I'm going to paste the audit prompt fixed here. Just verify to me that everything went through that it was supposed to do. If not, anything I'd want to add for this audit fix, and let me know about how to re-hook up this Playwright MCP. Any idea why it might have like got disconnected? I guess it probably doesn't matter, but yeah, just how to rehook it up so that I can have Playwright, do the test to make sure that everything with the audit went right. So yeah, I'll paste that now. Do I like doing some arbitrage? Are you talking about like trading, I guess? It sounds like that's where like investing in trading arbitrage, a lot of people are using that, um, like bots for that, those opportunities. But those opportunities can like change, at least for investing. Just don't focus on the center, find the edges. Yeah, if you're talking about investing, okay. If you're patient, there will be a couple opportunities in a year that will be free money in the extreme chaos scenarios. Bots run out of liquidity occasionally for brief times. Oh, I see. So you got to catch it when those bots run out of liquidity, and those are the best arbitrage opportunities. I did not know that. Yeah, right. Thrift resellers are arbitrage. I see those videos all the time on YouTube. Like this guy sells clothes out of his trunk and he made $1 million last year. I'm just like, yeah, that's like definitely like an edge case. Like possibility of that happening is like very low, but it's possible. But you have potential project lining up that could consume the next few years. Not going to get your hopes up yet, but also not for sure you even want to do all the work for it. Um, yeah, I see that a lot on YouTube now. People like buying like not only pickup trucks, but like the storage and the moving trucks. I guess like something about the laws where if it's the truck is a moving truck, then it's not, you don't need like a CDL and like the all the permits you need with like a pickup truck. But yeah, I see a lot of people doing that right now, and yeah, you can make like a couple $1,000s in a couple days just driving around the country. Right? Probably made 1 million in revenue and he only made like 80K profit. I believe it. Because all the like so much YouTube is all like clickbait and hype and trying to get people to think something's way cooler than it actually is. So yeah, I totally believe that. Yeah, I know some people that do business like doing events. They say that's pretty good, but the events aren't that often. Um, but yeah, 80K profit. I mean, that's still 80K. Um, but yeah, definitely. I think the main issue is like I think people try to make it sound like it's actually like 1 million profit, but they're not. They're not saying that like most of that is just revenue. But I don't know. That's like each case is different. So let's see. Major architecture win. Clause report shows that it finally stopped winging it and actually moved. The logic in the new constitution. Code is now hardened even if Claude gets confused later or will. It's now forced to use the numbers in the trading rules. How to rehook Playwright MCP. Usually happens for one of three reasons: server timeout, Claude was thinking for 16 minutes, the connection might have timed out, process crash, the local server running Playwright might have hit a memory limit. If I restarted the dev server, that's what I did. Yep, sometimes MCP loses the handshake, so it must have been from that. Refresh the Claude page, simply hitting F5 on the browser tab often reestablishes the socket connection. Yeah, 10% ROI is awesome. But once we get better vibe coders, and I mean, you guys are definitely better than me, I feel like, but at least once I get better, I mean, I feel like, one person business, and we'll have like insanely high profit margins off these. Just get the like monthly recurrent revenue going, and just hire someone to manage it and set up systems, and just only have to pay one employee, where it's like running a business that would have been like just a couple of years ago would have taken like at least 10 people. Be like one employee for every 10 people. So I gave it that prompt about the Playwright MCP, and I gave it to Claude Code in the chat window instead of the terminal, like you said. And I'm gonna paste what it says here. I think I should be saying yes, but just let me know for sure. Yeah, it's all about context. 80K a year in South Africa, that's like top 2%. In America, that's like just like I don't know, pretty much like average household income for a lot of cities. So, 80K in America is not going to get you very far, but in South Africa, you could probably live off many years for that. Yeah, I'm thinking about going to check out South Africa. Like, I hear they got some really good surfing out there, and I've only been to Morocco. Is the only place I've been in Africa, so that's like North Africa. I got to check out South Africa, and plus in the wintertime in America, South Africa summertime. Yeah, and just to know I could probably like live off way cheaper. A bunch of places I want to check out like that. Plus, like America right now is just like super crazy. So it'd be nice to like get out and not have to like see the American news every day. But yeah, some U.S. cities, even 80K is gonna be, man, for real. New York, LA, man, it's no joke. New York and LA, if you want to like place that's not like a slum, you got to pay like 4 to 5K a month starting. And for a lot of cities, that would be like the nicest apartment you could get or like living space. Oh, so even though you're in different countries, you're still seeing the U.S. news every day. Oh man, that's not good to know. Yeah, I went to Puerto Rico during the election because I was just sick of hearing about it. And in Puerto Rico, they had their own elections, so like they were all talking about their elections, and I was like, dude, I don't know what they're talking about, but it's so refreshing to not hear about the American election anymore. Yup, I've done digital nomad stuff before. I've had online income, just not as much as I used to get online income before, but yeah, definitely was doing it big before and just traveling around everywhere. And yeah, now it's traveling is just every prices have gone up so much, and after a long time of traveling, I just kind of felt like being in the same place for a while, and I got a family member who's going through some has cancer basically, so I'm trying to be there for them, and yeah, just hoping that just stay on the grind on this business and everything, and then they can get better, and then I can just like go off and start a new chapter and travel more around the world. I've traveled just all over America, like everywhere in America. I pretty much got like my spots for different like times of the season, and it's awesome to like know America now. Like it's almost like my home. Like everywhere I know to go, that's awesome to go to at least. Different places for different things, and yeah, some places are really horrible certain times of the year. But traveling all over, one thing I found is like nowhere is perfect. Um, like nowhere is perfect all the time. Everywhere has their like their time of year where everything's like super awesome compared to everywhere else. But like my favorite place is really like up in the mountains for snowboarding. But of course, that's like a couple months a year that it's only good, and then like in between the summer and the winter in the mountains is just like pretty bad. It's just like cold and muddy, and there's like no tour. The tourists are all gone, so there's like nobody up there, and that high elevation just don't always sleep so well. But yeah, definitely got to get back to that. I've done it before, and I want to do it like global, like worldwide. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, they're getting the right treatment. Um, feel like they're making progress, and they're staying and sticking with it, and I know they're not giving it up. So yeah, it is very difficult, and thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate it. This is definitely the second time I've had to deal with this with family, and man, it's rough right now, but that's life, man. Everything's ups and downs, and I know when I get through this, I'll just be stronger, and not much I can do, but definitely has me more conscious about my own health too. So just doing my best, staying in shape and everything. Yeah, thank you a lot. I appreciate it. Yeah, just got to keep moving. That's like just keep making progress, and that's like the best you can do is just like stay positive. Mindset's major. Like I just keep the faith that everything's gonna work out and everything will get better. Cause man, really, when I found out that they had cancer, this was about maybe year and a half, 2 years ago, and the original diagnosis was like they had like a 10% chance to make it like 6 months, and that really like broke me down like pretty bad, and I was like really like sad about that. But here we go, like 2 years later, and now it's like it's possible. Like it's things are like making progress. That's the best I can say. And there's no like no like that diagnosis changed, and mindset. It's all about mindset, and I never believed for a second that things were gonna end. So yeah, it helps. Definitely helps for me to come on here and like build stuff. It keeps my mind on positive things and keeps my mind off a lot of the the what I'm dealing with my family and what's going on in the world right now with all the negativity, and just build positive stuff that helps people. And I feel like this is one of the best things I can do. Um, a lot of other stuff, just like getting out, got out mountain biking today for the first time of the year. That was pretty big. Fresh air, got my lungs burning again, biking up those hills, and yeah, that was fun. That definitely had me feeling pretty good. But yeah, definitely yeah, just got to stay positive. Yup. Good food, exercise, drinking a lot of water, staying positive, and just getting stronger mentally and physically, and being there for the people I care about, and taking time for myself to work on things that can, get me in a positive place, and having good supportive people to talk to. Yeah, man, if I didn't have exercise, oh man, I don't know. I would get burnt out. I wouldn't even be able to work every day. Yeah, it's definitely like I can't go without exercise, like, and all that, like being out in the mountains, the high elevation exercise is so awesome to like. I know it made a huge effect on my lungs. Like I can come down to like sea level, and like it's just like I never get like winded. So yeah, there's yeah, trying to do my best. So yeah, it's so awesome to find supportive people, and yeah, I feel like this is a really good community. I'm really glad, like, I feel like definitely like the universe or God or whatever you want to call it, definitely guided me in this direction and led me to this path, and I'm just taking it and running with it because, everything I was like, all the problems I had with business, to where I had too many ideas, not enough time, not enough money to hire all the people I wanted to hire. I mean, this comes through at the right time. First, it was just the LLM stuff was like, that was major. That had me doing like 10 times more than I was able to do. And now this is like just 10x is that. So like now I'm doing like 100 times more than I was ever able to do. And, I already set up one system for my personal brand for like the YouTube so far. And now I can just kind of clone that for like the other social media channels, and can just clone that then for like the marketing for this, and get all the things done I always wanted to do. Yup, being motivated to build it. Yup, that's like the main thing is like keeping that motivation and staying focused. Keep focused and stay hungry to be at where you want to be. So I think this got Playwright working again. So I gave it that prompt about please rerun the Playwright audit script, and it looks like they did a bunch more. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna paste here what they did and just like let me know, because like this is a lot of stuff. So just kind of summarize everything that Claude did in the chat window. Yeah, I think this is gonna be my record stream. Oh yeah, almost 8 hours. So that's no joke. That is awesome. Yeah, definitely breaking the record here by at least an hour. And like I feel like I could work more, but yeah, my time is almost 2 a.m. So let's see. Major milestone, just witnessed a professional automated CI/CD audit in action. Just saved my project from a dozen hidden bugs. Claude didn't just check the code, it wrote a specialized script to act as a digital inspector. Why I should feel like a senior producer. Just managed the AI through a complex search and destroy mission. Didn't accept a maybe fix, demanded a full gauntlet audit. Current state of the game. Says it should have fixed a bunch of things. Safest position I've been in all day. Run 3 lines to push. Get add, get commit, and get push. In the PowerShell. Yes, rest is very important. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's definitely a full work day. Started at night. Today was just too nice of a day, but tomorrow is going to be next few days out here is going to be rain and thunderstorms, so definitely much easier to work on the computer when it's not the best weather outside. But yeah, still, yeah, that was major. Like if I didn't do that mountain biking today, I probably would have been like probably would have called it right before you guys came through with all this awesome information. So yeah, now I got just gonna double check everything went through to GitHub. Yep, a bunch of 1 minute ago. So yeah, definitely like in one way I didn't really make that much progress today, even though I was fixing a ton of bugs. But I made a ton of progress, like with understanding, like why the bugs fixing were like breaking other things and how to avoid that in the future. So yeah, I got one more level to build on this, and then I can move to like other features. But yeah, progress isn't linear. Definitely always learning. Definitely learning process, and just gotta keep learning. That's what I can tell with this is like I don't feel like, especially the way AI just keeps advancing, like I'll never be like 100% caught up with it. As soon as I get caught up with one new like update, then a new one will come out. But that's cool. Like it's always something to get better at. And right now like people are telling me like this looks like other stuff I've seen, stuff like that with the UI, especially over time. Like I just keep getting better and get to a level that I'm already proud of myself for what I've done so far in just a short time. But I can imagine if I made this much progress in just like a month or two, like man, like 6 months from now, a year from now, I'll be on top. And this is like I feel so strongly that this is the future, and this is like probably the highest leverage skill I could possibly be learning, not just for business but like life in general. So yeah, being on top right here, right now is like the way to be. So yeah, I think this is a good spot to end the chat. Just read this one more of the chat. The updates will keep coming. As I use the tools more and more, I'll get to a point where the new features immediately have a meaning and value, and I'll just be able to implement them like super quick. And yeah, I'll just be flying through all this, and that's where I want to be. And I feel like yeah, still got a ways to go, but just staying with the flow and doing what I know, and the progress will show. So yeah, I think I'm gonna call it for today. Hopefully you guys got some value off of what I had to say. Definitely know I did from all you guys. So give thanks every time. All the information to feed my mind and get me to the next level. So yeah, no doubt, you're welcome. Thank you guys for the all the chat and everything you guys said to help out. And yeah, have a good evening, you guys too. I'll definitely rest well. I got a lot done today, so Be back tomorrow with to keep continuing with the mission and refining the vision. So yeah, see you guys later. Peace and respect, and every time.